Welcome everyone to this live stream, this beautiful Friday.
And this is uncontrollable on Fridays.
I am so hyped.
I do not know what to do with you, but I'm so happy you're back. I tried streaming without you yesterday, and it just was not the same. So we have Hannes 3000 back in the studio, and an old friend has returned. Let's say hi to...
That one up there. How are you today, Wilson? You were quite cranky yesterday.
I'm not gonna say anything to you guys anymore.
Wow, still a bit cranky. Let's see if we can soften it up today. What are we doing today, Martin?
Let's get into it. In the stream yesterday, someone suggested, we started to talk about how to reprogram the machine during a concert. And I was like, yeah, but a team can just roll on a thin paper cut template with holes for all the pins, remove all the old pins, put the pins in, new songs. Let's go, we can play a song with a band in between. And then Lucas Wendel also suggested, when we were talking about what kind of memory this machine should have, what kind of programming, that maybe make the drum replaceable, removable. And I always thought that these drums are too big to make more than two. But now I am starting to see the virtues in perhaps just making these drums removable. Exactly like the idea of Marble Machine X, but we have a precise whole drum. Imagine during the concert, you see a team of people just taking this thing out of the machine, loading another one from the back. It's so cool. It's like... Plus, I also started to think, and this was actually something you mentioned, Hannes, what about transportation? Because this machine is becoming pretty insanely huge right now. And imagine if we look at this from the side, imagine if we keep the frame a little bit more in the front and then we can remove these two big drums during transportation. Perhaps it becomes much smaller for transportation.
Yeah, win-win, everybody. Win-win.
Perhaps a win-win. And I also been thinking about the size of this lower drum, because space-wise, it would make sense to have it smaller. It's going to turn 8 times faster. So the reason I want the drum big is for surface speed. So if I take something round here and I turn it with a speed, the further out on the disc you are, the faster you travel, which means tighter music. So I want to keep the drums as huge as possible. But if we are going to have a complete extra set of these drums, all of a sudden it makes even more sense to make this loop drum smaller so it can be stored inside the big one, depending on hubs as well, things like that. I don't know yet exactly how to take these things out, but we have received some suggestions for this theme. So in the description of this stream, we have made a new system for suggestions from you, the public. If you go ahead and check the description, you will see that we have asked you to submit them in categories. So just read through that. And Hannes, can we pull up the programming wheel, the new suggestions for the programming wheel?
In a minute. I'm just checking the links in our description here. We don't have a latest MM3 CAD file up right now. Is that on purpose?
Someone already checked?
And I checked it now, and it's empty, that folder.
That's on purpose.
That's on purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Just double checking.
Yeah.
Okay, so programming wheels, you were saying?
Yeah, so if you pull it up, I'm actually just going to export this as a step file and fix, or maybe a Fusion archive file is good. And then I'm going to start to work on this removable programming wheel. And I think we need a system that is very accurate. And also a cool thing is that these gears will be separate. So that's first of the stream. A second big thing that happened yesterday is that we were discussing instrument placement and the placement of me, where I should stand. And right now there's actually 3 suggestions that I have in my mind. So we have this blue base position right here. Let me zoom in on a little bit. And this would be, I would stand on the left side. And then we have this green standing base. I will also stand on the left side. And then we have a yellow base somewhere. Let me find that one. It's basically this position. So this is the next very, very big, like very basic design requirement that I have to kind of get to very fast, because it changes the rotational directions and all these. We've made this one yesterday, a really nice registrator and a nice marble gate. And that is the second thing I want to talk about today.
No.
So some really big decisions. So let's just, before we head into programming wheel discussion, let's just look at the latest submissions for the programming wheel. Triangle inside the loop drum. This would not be programmable. It's a cool idea, but it would not be programmable. I want to change the thing so they have to be on the outside. So let's see the next one. So a hex shaft allows reprogrammed drum change without messing with belt. Yes, this is exactly the idea we are going to look at today. So there you put it in from the side. Yeah, so this is going to be an important thing. Do we put it in from the back like this, or do we slide it in from the side? I think from the back, because the side I want a welded frame. We'll see later.
Kind of hard to read.
No, I can see it.
You see it?
I like the sketch, by the way. Inspired by player pianos. Yeah, so this is a suggestion for another. This is Lucas Wendel's suggestions. It's not him. It's Julian who submitted this.
Yep.
I talked to Lucas from Siegfried's Musikkabinet, and he says that paper rolls usually wear up if they have to pull a lot of things. Most paper scrolls in mechanical music instruments are used with pneumatics, which means that they only open and close airflow. And if I need like a mechanical thing, so I'm scared of the paper being eaten up. And I'm also scared of... It would be amazingly cool though. I mean, you wouldn't be able to improvise a song. You wouldn't be able to program songs on a maker fair like together with the audience. But weight-wise and space-wise. So what kind of paper would actually be able to take the beating? You could of course make copies as well. Huh.
Something to marinate on.
So
Did it crash?
no, it's my Elon Musk impersonation. No, what is it called? Impersonation?
Yeah.
It's so cool, but it's also, if I would need like, yeah. It is cool to be able to play endlessly. But how to create this thing? You could create it with a rotor. You could make it with a CNC machine. So if I pull my CNC machine up, can you show it in small next to the CAD?
Oh, you're asking so much from me, Martin.
Well, you did it in 1 second. CNC rotary axis. So, now we have the
graphic bug,
and it solved itself good. So imagine you put this roller a little smaller on one side. This is controlled by a step motor, so you can have a very accurate thing. just roll the paper up. When the paper gets rolled up, maybe you have to cut like gears in the side of the paper to pull it accurately over a long time. So because when this roll gets larger, the paper would travel faster. That would be an issue. And then the CNC machine cuts the holes. Then you have another roll over here that feeds the paper. And if there's of course like more durable thin materials, maybe you can even like find some kind of industrial plastic or something. The question is though, how would we read it? How would we transfer a hole into a mechanical movement strong enough to release a marble? Music boxes have a super cool design. I'm just gonna show everyone how they work, because that's the first thing I'm thinking of. So can you show the idea next to us? Yeah. So music boxes have often a 3-pointed star. So it's like this, and it's like this, and it's like this. And down here you have the paper coming through like this with holes. I'm gonna try to make a hole here. So this is moving to the left in your image, like this. And this pin here will engage with this hole. And while that will turn this wheel counterclockwise, this third thing here will engage with the musical tongue. And it will push this tongue down and release it. And next note is going to be played by this. And this is the way this just spins around and around and around, which is like mega cool. Indefinite music. So this is like, okay, we're still at very early. If you remember my last video on the main channel, less dumb design requirements, this is the time to think about these things. These are my design requirements.
Zoom out.
Yes, there we go. These are my design requirements. Crazy sketching. I'm gonna start a clean one. Requirements clean. So big decisions. Prog wheel, 64 bars loop, or indefinite music, i.e. paper scroll / plastic scroll.
Yeah, someone mentioned here, Matthias Hansson, what about rubber / silicone instead of paper? Then you could mold sheets.
That sounds very tricky if you want to mold like a 10-meter long sheet.
Oh.
Because they're long. So these are kind of like the super big decision. Another super big decision we're gonna talk about today is like removable programming drum or not. Why am I doing all caps? Screaming to myself, so I'm listening.
Mr. Gonsonator is wondering, will it be possible to play super tight with a flexible programming system?
As long as it wait. We can run it faster and it will be tighter. Here we go.
Uh-oh. You got an idea, folks.
Oh my god. If we run paper scroll faster equals tight music. And if we do a paper scroll like on a CNC machine, like this one, there's no limitation on where to put the notes. We can do like we can do things like this microphone is doing. You could do not with a loop drum, but you could do like if you have like in the intro. And then we could have tempo changes in the programming. It's lightweight. We don't have to get laughed at for using water pipes. And the music could be tighter. Ooh. We could not do spontaneous programming though. Ooh. And we could just invent our own standard for feeding this thing. So we could have, I've seen that in, let me show on the sketchpad. Wait, not yet. Soon. I'm gonna get ready first. I'm gonna take a new design here. So funny. We sorted public suggestions this morning. I looked at this 1 second. I was like, yeah, fun, but probably not. Now I see it for the second time. That's how my brain works. When someone tells me something for the first time, 99% of the time, I'm like, no.
That's just to marinate. That's the secret.
Yeah, it is a secret. So here we go. Sketchpad. If we have our paper scroll here, we could develop. Since if we're gonna cut it like on some laser cutter works like this. There's laser cutter with like a treadmill on the bed, so you can cut longer thing than the cutting surface. Let me center myself visually and
mentally.
What is it called? Literally and
Figuratively.
Figuratively. Thank you. We could cut holes in the paper like this. That will be CNC cut on our CNC machine. And then we can just have gears, which means we will not be reliant on the diameter here. So this OD will change when the paper gets rolled up. And if we put gears on the machine here with tooth that goes into these paper holes, we just have to drive these gears at a constant speed, and we have something crazy nice. We can actually do, if you know, we can write Wintergatan Wednesdays. If you remember,
yeah,
what we did on the thing. Ooh, and we can play 3/4. We can play waltzes. We can play longer songs. Ah, it's so good. It's too good.
Suddenly a good idea appears.
Oh, basically, everything that has been sent to us have been almost good ideas.
Yeah.
Like 99% of the things so far has been useful. It's been amazing. So this would be the way to drive it, not on the scroll here, because as the paper folds up more and more and more and more, this OD is changing, and we don't want to deal with that. How to gather the paper, I don't really know now, but that's not the issue right now. And I'm just thinking space-wise, weight-wise.
Lucas Wendel is in the chat also, so perhaps he can have some insight into this as well. He said immediately here, don't use holes to transport the paper. We did try that, fails spectacularly.
Yeah, maybe you didn't execute well, Lucas. Why did that? Tell me more. Tell me why. Because this is maybe not paper. This is maybe plastic. So how would you transport the paper if you don't use holes? Okay, let's go back to the suggestions. So cool. The musical tightness is what I am. This is what gets me going here, because we can run this paper much faster and we can have a much better paper resolution. Plus the fact that everyone it's cool. Imagine having a little, like having pretty dark on stage, just having one lamp behind the pattern, and you can just see the musical pattern projected on a 50-meter high wall like stars. So you can actually read the programming like through the lights on the wall. Cool. Okay, next suggestion. Hannes 3000. Okay, so this was an idea we discussed yesterday evening. Solenoids that can be programmable in and out in the programming wheel. And all these ideas are fantastic until you remember, when you do the math, how many holes you need. I think we need 50,000. So 50,000 solenoids, 50,000 individual programming channels, a computer that can handle 50,000 different ones, and physically assemble them is impossible, but cool. Next idea. Okay, so this is cool. This has to do with the removable thing. So keyed position. Yeah, this is. I need more ideas for how to put the wheel in and out easily in a perfect index position. Should not be a tricky thing, but I need more ideas about that. Unless we're going for paper, because then we're in another world entirely.
Yeah, same here now. Locking and stuff.
Yeah,
there.
this is the same idea. So something like this, and they have the gear separate. So that's really nice. I'm just I just have paper in my whole head right now. Let's look at the next one. Oh, this is a cool one. Stop the MM3, open right arm, remove wheel. So this is really cool, but I think it will weaken the frame structure. I want the frame to be like really rigid and like welded together. So I'd rather take the wheel out straight towards the back. Okay.
That was it for now.
Thank you for the awesome demonstration here, though. Okay, so I'm completely derailed. So now what we need...
Lucas Vandal posted here, just use pinch rollers and a separate wind-up spool so you don't have to compensate the thickness, though that is already a solved problem. Worry about how you read that paper first.
Yeah. Okay, so pinch rollers. Let me go back to the sketchpad. So we have alternative 1 is this gear, and then pinch rollers. Here, 1 on each side. Alt 2. Imagine how cool it would look. Okay, so what we need to see now, if chat wants to help out, I'm super curious for material suggestions. So if you can if you want to paste some links in chat, is that possible, or is it just in the link document?
Yeah, in the link document, I think.
Have we linked that document in chat?
I can link it in the chat. I think it's in the description still.
No, I mean in the description. Is it still in the description?
I think it's in the description.
Let's check that.
I can double check that.
So let's make a new tab in the public document. And if you can, when you paste stuff, don't paste just like the first website, because when we go there, we still have to understand what you mean. It's better to paste something to the actual product. So I guess we would look for kind of a 2mm, 1mm plastic paper kind of stubborn thing that could be machinable and that rolls up, and it's not too... Oh, it's going to be heavy. If it's rigid, it's going to be heavy.
Document in chat and in description. And
Fantastic.
Lucas Vandal said here, using holes to transport is failure prone since the amount of holes weakens the part along the whole length of the roll exactly where you want to put the force in.
I feel if you have like I feel the way to fix that would be to have like holes far away. So just make this wheel very large so that there's enough space between here. And the way why I think the holes will work, first of all, I want perfect indexing. So that's why the pinch rollers, when we're gonna time this with other stuff like the loop machine, I'm worried about pinch rollers, which is not an exact science. With the holes, we will be able to put it into like this tooth, and we will know that that will sync with the crank and stuff like that. And I think on small music boxes, the paper needs to be so strong anyway for these holes to work. So I think that's why I think it's possible spontaneously. And we can go big on this tooth gear. So then we can have like 5 centimeters between the holes or something like that. Crazy. Whoa. Okay. Where should we go from here?
Yeah, and chat is all over the place as well.
Yep.
Kirsty Shadow Dancer says cloth with metal studs instead.
So we have to think of 20 songs and 20-meter length because I want to play fast. So we have to think about like it has to be like smaller and lighter than these or close to this.
I mean, also the visual thing of having rolls of music on tour. When you need just the roll here.
I'm just coming in like under this with my arm, like I wrote a new song today.
The scrolls.
Bringing like a scroll. I'm gonna have like this monocle one glasses.
Would be so cool.
Like and before just like standing there taping over some holes, and I'm like, oh no, this part was not good.
JS, you will need 2 sets of pinch rollers and read the paper between them. Look at how old player pianos worked.
2 yeah, 2 sets of pinch, and read the okay, so let's go back to the sketch. So this is also there was pinch rollers, so we read here.
A lot of people are saying, look at how old film rolls work in projectors and stuff like that.
Yeah, this looks like a. But I do think so. There's two major questions. Let's go back to CAD. The 2 questions that we can think about collectively is number 1, material. Number 2, what Lucas said, worry about how to read the holes. So that's the 2 things to that currently makes this a little bit of a pipe dream. So
I am like me asks a question here. Will this invalidate the stick-driven drum design? The drums won't change tempo with the paper.
okay, yeah, the stick-driven, very good question. So the stick-driven drum design, I'm gonna open that part. Where do we have those actually? Oh, it's in this one. So what's being referred is, let me take this away. This is what we're referring to right now. These triangles on this drum is playing these. And I do not want to give up on this thing. And I think it will sync. So when I was a little sorry, I'm rolling over my cable.
Perhaps that can be why we get our cables get bad.
So when I were doing, I don't know if you mean when I was doing the fermat, like So if I would do that, I would make it mathematically end up correct with the loop. So I would have those sections of the song, I would have the loop muted, and so say if the loop, say normally this would be one round of the loop. Loop. Then I would need to, whenever I want the loop to come in again, I would just need to use up as much time. So I would need to, so that when we enter the song again, the loop is in the correct position. And you can do this on the CNC machine. So you have to kind of drag out this format to do, instead of one, a whole number of loop timing. So 2, 3, or 4. So as long as you return to the correct position, the loop will. So imagine that you could make like an intro with everything. I'm singing drums. I'm singing bass. And then I'm muting the loop here. And now I have to. The easiest example is I'm playing twice as slow here. I can just program wait here. And loop isn't this
Woot woot! Yes!
woot woot. And this means that this is a simpler machining operation that we can order from almost anyone. This means that I don't have to actually but of course, we have this CNC machine. We still have the lower loop drum to think about. But that's another question. Oh, this would be so cool. This would be too cool.
Something that is almost too cool is this nice message from Guy Dusek Michal. Thanks you for the inspirational work. I love your live streams. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I love them too when Hannes 3000 is here with me. Thank you so much for the pep talk.
Yeah. And speaking about pep talk, we have Lena Molin chiming in. Heja Hannes och Martin. Thank you so much, Lena. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Lena is my mother. She helps me so much. She drove me in old Volvo and all my bands to all the band practices when I was teenager. So thank you, Mom, for all your eternal support. Still, like, if you order records from our website, it's my mother who's packing them and sending them to you. So it's so much fun. We're very similar. We love to solve problems, so we love to work together, and we can never really agree on who decides what. So before starting each discussion, we always make up who's the boss in this discussion, because otherwise we just get annoyed with each other. So okay, we're gonna talk about this subject, and here I am going to be the boss, and then the other dog just have to submit, and then we can work great together. It's when the hierarchy is not set when it becomes more tricky.
So we have Lucas chiming in again with some more info.
Yeah.
If you want to play fast, think more around 50 plus meters. Most paper rolls are around the 20 to 30 meter mark. And why use a separate storage medium for the drums? Eliminate the sync issue by going full paper.
So this brings back an idea that I haven't showed you that could be super interesting here.
And also a lot of people in chat are talking about light sensors and reading stuff that way. And Lucas also chimed in on that. Reading by light sensors is an obvious solution, but won't work if you aren't okay with electricity in the project.
No, this is going to be a mechanical machine.
Yep.
I'm going to build the tightest, best sounding mechanical machine in the history of the Earth, potentially in the universe, potentially in the multiverse. So
Marbleverse.
a light, it's like, look here. Here, what you want to build is right here. Endless possibilities right here. We're not making a MIDI keyboard with gears. This is not what we're doing. So my mind just went into a thing when you said like let's exclude this, let's go all paper, all channels paper. This makes sense in so many ways, but, and here's maybe I can show you a really cool idea that I have that I don't think have ever been done. So the reason I have this loop and the reason I have these big drums is that I want loud volumes. I want and the marbles, I tried dropping big marbles on a kick drum in France. It's just not strong enough. So I wanted a club with a lot of force. So how do you get from a paper reading to a hard hit on a kick drum? That's much more force than what you can get out of that mechanical movement. And I do have a solution that I've been thinking so much about, which I think never have been done. So Lucas Wendel can confirm this. Let me explain this to you. We could go all paper actually with this solution. So let's go to the sketch pad.
Oh yeah.
So think of a drumstick here and a drum here.
Thank you for the noises. It helps. It helps a lot. Understanding.
Why did I make? Oh,
Uh-huh.
I have to fit the like I'm excited now. This time I can actually get ideas from the audience. Last time I had a physical machine preventing me from getting ideas. Here's the drum. Here's the drumstick. The drumstick is pivoted here, and it has. Wait, let me do it longer so I have more space for mechanics. It has a spring here, right? And right now, and that spring is obviously adjustable here, but right now it's in the resting position. Up here, here's a little lock thing, and that can go up into something stationary up here that locks it. So it's a locking pin here. Oh, this is hard to draw. Locking pin. And somehow, just like in computer games, when your abilities are respawning within a certain amount of time, what is it called when you play like when you have forces that you can only press like every third second?
Forces you can only...
You have skills that have to you can't use them all the time. They are respawning on your screen like in a clock.
Yeah, some abilities like, and you have a mana meter or something like that.
Yeah, not it's mana, but on time. Like there's some. So think of this spinning wheel here, and we're driven spinning wheel, and this is driven.
It's a cool down.
Yeah, cool. Exactly, cool down. Thank you.
Thank you, chat.
That's it. So this is spinning, and this is spinning from the gear train. It's a long roll. And when this is in the down position, the drumstick, something comes down from this spinning wheel, catches something, and it spins, and it lifts this drum. It charges the drumstick. So I'm going to make the charged drumstick here. That was a good color, Martin. So the charged drumstick is, of course, red. So it lifts the drumstick up, and this locking thing is being locked by this locking pin. And this spring is now drawn out. See? Now the spring is tensioned. So only thing, and then this thing that pulled, and this is what I haven't figured out. The thing that pulled, this is maybe something you can help me figure out. The thing that pulled this drumstick up have now released. So here's that release. So it has left the drumstick, and now the only thing that the programming paper has to do is unlock the pin. So over here are our musical scrolls, far away in the back, with all the notes here, and they're read by a little pin. But that pin is mechanically coming with some cable or something, and can release this lock here, just like a latch. These are classic mechanical things, no problem. So when it pulls this back here, because it has read a note, it unleashes the stored power that we have stored in this spring. So it's not the hole that has to produce the power to beat the drum hard. The hole is just the activation that releases the power. What do you think?
That's top level of brilliance right there.
I think
as
so too.
Brilliant as Jason McGee just said, hello, I just want to say thank you, and I'm glad this project is continuing, as are we, Jason. Thank you so much. And also a nice comment here from James DeBono. I like where you are skating, Martin. He gets it. He knows where the puck is going.
So I'm really proud of this idea. I don't think... can we show it again?
Oh, if we can.
Because I have never seen it in any mechanical music instrument, and I think the timing would be very repeatable. And you can have a big leverage of this unlock. So even if there's a lot of force here, you can unlock... you can have the unlocking to be very light when you design it correctly mechanically. So it needs just a little feather wing, feather light movement to unleash the beast that is here.
Oof.
And then imagine like when the beater is playing, and then you can see it cool up like this and getting ready again. So the only thing that I don't see in this is, so the question mark that I would love your help with is this section here. How to have something rotating that lifts the thing up and then that charges the drumstick and then leaves it alone when it's up. Because also when it's down, it has to engage with the drumstick, lift it up, and then leave it alone. And only start to engage again when it's down, and not like on the way down. It has to be able to hit the drum first and then being lifted up. So we have to think of the edge cases when this spinning disc is in the exactly wrong position. So Gretzky's in the chat. You know what to do. Solve this for me, for us, and then we might be in business. Second thing why I want this loop is because I wanted to make expressions. So let me make another sketch for that. So I wanted to go, if we have the Vibrophone here and we have the sustain pedal here, sustain. I wanted to do camshaft like this on the loop. So reader, and it's connected here. So when this bump comes, this will lift like this, and it will pull the sustain down on the Vibrophone. And I want to do this the same for so like sustain, vibe, open close hi-hat, close hi-hat, perhaps bass muting, but I don't think that will be needed because I think I will always play it myself. I don't think we're gonna have the automatic play bass on this machine. But also like drum dampening, if drum dampening on snare drum. So imagine you can have like the drum just going very dry, boom, and letting the dampening up. But of course, Lucas will say, yes, program that in the paper as well. So imagine if we could do all the expressions in the paper, but then I feel how would I don't think I can do that. I know the music instruments in Spillklocka and Siegfried's is doing that with paper, but I don't understand how. So Lucas, how is the sustain pedal actually controlled by the holes in a paper scroll of a self-playing piano?
Yeah.
And of course, if we go this route, we can go to CAD. If we go this route, we will be able to look at music machine history much more. That was one of the points Lucas had when I talked with Lucas on the phone the other day, that we could look more at classical solutions. But 30 to 40 to 50 meters, that's maybe where the fun ends. So this ties in very much to one of the basic discussions that we're having now. We're very high level now. So if someone wondering what are we working on, we're working on very high level concepts right now. And one thing is that we talked about having a full-sized vibraphone to accept key changes. So the way I showed this, we start in C minor. And all of a sudden, we're in F minor. We can do all those kind of things if we have a full-size vibraphone. And then I was like, well, with a programming loop that is repeating every 64 crank turn, there's no real use to have key changes, because you will have too many key changes in a short while. So there's not really use for a full-size vibraphone. But with a paper, hey, we can play the Paradise song on the Marble Machine 3 Hannes 3000.
There we go.
What do you think about that?
Brill.
Oh.
So let's see what people are coming up with in chat. So Graham Thomas says, use a chain, pulls when stretched, doesn't when loose. I get this is about the power up of the beater. Also, Gonsonator was up here. Let's see if I can find him.
Oh, something flexible.
Mr. Gonsonator, drumstick could have a gear with only partial teeth.
Oh, that's brilliant, except for the timing. Okay, I have to sketch.
And
again.
now we have Lucas Vandal explaining the sustain also.
Too much fun things happening at the same time.
Welcome to Friday!
Friday is apparently the day it all happens, right?
Fun day.
Friday is the fun day. So this is a beautiful suggestion from Gonsonator, who has proven to have a very keen mechanical mind. So, like this, and you have a gear that is spinning all the time. So these teeth will only interact when they should and when it comes up. So let's use the same color. When it comes to the charge position, the teeth will be down here. Brilliant, except one thing. How can we decouple this gear connection when the drumstick needs to beat down on the drum? This is the thing that I can't figure out. So we need like this connection to be temporarily. It's like in the lowest position, we need some pin that goes into this, and in the highest position and connects the teeth with the stick. What about this? What if we had 2 gears, or basically the gear on the drumstick, it can have teeth all around. But for some reason, when the stick is down, a pin has been disconnected. So this is just rotating freely here. But this pin, when the whole thing is pointing upwards, the pin is all of a sudden engaging and locking this gear to the drumstick. Something like that would be so cool.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So it slams down, locking the gear to the drumstick that automatically goes up, unlocking the gear in the upside position. Can we do that?
Of course we can.
Okay, so this is one thing to think about. I'm just gonna add the text here, so to hammer in the issue, how disengage during beat, during downbeat. How disengage this connection during downbeat. Okay, let's listen to Lucas' sustain pedal explanation.
Sustain is easy. A hole just enables a bellow pressing the pedal.
Yep, okay.
Sometimes it's a lock and cancel system. So one hole enables and the next or a different one cancels.
So this leads very good into why the paper thing is going to be very different on this machine, because almost all the instruments on these museums are pneumatic. So the holes are, the force is coming from compressed air. And we're not going to make this machine pneumatic, which means that we can't translate the solutions, which means that we have to invent possibly a lot of brand new stuff, like the things we have on screen. I don't think it has ever been done, which I think is a little extra fun. Maybe for a good reason, never been done. So I don't know.
Andrea Merlo, a clutch does basically that in your car when you change gear.
Oh, you're so right. Look at this. We can, okay. Hang on. Let's take a new sketch. So a clutch clamps two discs together and apart. I think that's lameller, right?
Yeah, lameller.
Slira på med lamellerna. The things that smells a little bit burnt when you can't drive with a gear stick is these discs spinning towards each other, right? And imagine if there was a clutch here. So I'm just going to make it very obvious. Like this lever, it's a clutch, which has a connection to this. So when the drumstick is up, no, let me use the same colors. Do the gear teeth. Oh, I made 2 gear teeth. Never mind. The drumstick is here. Here. It puts the clutch in one direction, and when the stick is up, it puts the clutch in another direction, and it will let go of the connection between these two. This is possible somehow.
Mike Bakula, and a clutch with a plastic disc can slide, so no catch is needed.
Yeah, like this, like a friction fit that only comes. We need a delay though, because it needs to hit the drum first. But maybe the spring will have so much force, so when it's beat down, the clutch can't really reload it. And then when it's down and the spring doesn't have the force, maybe the spring So then the spring will, maybe the spring is not pulling it down, and then the friction will pull it up, and then it will lock. Yeah, this is possible. This is solvable. On the other hand, remember that we need to repeat this a lot of times. So we need. I don't want like a separate axle for all of them. I want this to be on one continuous axle like this. So this shaft is going to rotate, and it's the same shaft that is doing the cool down reload for all channels. So the sustain pedal is not easy in our case with the paper program. Oh, this would be so cool.
Brandon Wheeler. The Lewis gun used a rotating gear to charge a clock spring to provide return force.
How is that spelled?
Lewis gun. It's an old
Can we pull it up?
machine gun. And Leo Barbaro just said here, this is a work for a cam system, not gears. Mm-hmm.
So a cam system.
A lot of Team Cam is coming in here now into chat.
Okay, so
Elliptical cam. I also saw elliptical gears, so elliptical. Camshaft elliptical. Alienator elliptical / eccentric cam plus locking mechanism at top ?
that sounds exactly right. Let's go back to CAD just temporarily. Cam. Let me ask you. Let me see if I get the cam thing correctly. Are you talking about something like this?
Lucas Vandal, this starts getting similar to how those paper strip music boxes work. There the paper doesn't provide the major amount of the force either. Mm-hmm.
What is providing the force in the music box then, if it's not the paper? Oh yeah, the spring of the metal. But of course it's the paper that is pulling it.
RJ, I agree cams are precise. That's why it's used in a car open and closing valves. Cam.
Is this what you mean with a cam, or is this what you mean with a cam right here, this one? Underneath the Vibrophone. Vibrophone, you go away. It's not your time. Is this what you mean? Right there? Or is this what you mean?
Let's see what chat has to say. But first we have from Quentin Bonifant. Speaking of gun mechanism, the catch and trigger for the beating sticks could be really inspired by crossbow or machine gun sears. They do that job reliably.
Yeah, I think this has been figured out by someone somewhere. So it would be possible. And it also would be amazing. And then we still have to do the muting stuff. No, we don't have to have mutings. What? Wait. We don't need muting.
The one you designed, second, cam is like an oval. So yeah, that's what they mean.
Did you hear what I just said, Hannes 3000?
You don't need any muting except on this guy.
No, they love you, Hannes 3000. They didn't want to be with me yesterday when I was alone. I was like, maybe call it a day. That was the only thing I read in chat all the time. Maybe call it a day. Maybe call it a day. Also, are you not entertained? We don't need muting. This, like a complicated solution like this paper thing. Let me go back here to the sketchpad. A complicated thing like this, with the material and the and everything. I was like, okay, it's more complicated, so it has to kind of pay for itself with functionality. But now when I realize we do not need muting because the programming is all in there. No holes means it's muted, Hannes 3000. No part is the best part, okay?
Hammer it home.
We don't need muting.
Camden Griggs, single rotating shaft with a deployable spring detent. Detent grabs the drumstick on the way around, places the note and disengages.
Can you read it again?
Single rotating shaft with a deployable spring detent. Detent grabs the drumstick on the way around, places the note and disengages. Egg-shaped cam now. Egg-shaped cam, everyone.
Wait, that was a... But that... Can you read the name of the person who wrote it?
Camden Griggs.
I was sure there was going to come some suggestion with some cams. Wait, this was a brilliant deployable. This is the only thing I don't understand with your comment, but I get this idea from what you just said. So we have a rotating shaft like this. Boom, 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 boom. We have a spring-loaded ball detent here. And the genius about this, so it's still, and then here we have the drumstick. Drumstick like this. Drumstick. And in the drumstick we have a detent that this ball fits into. Is that what you meant? Because that wouldn't... Yeah, maybe... So if I extrude it, it would look like this. Did I understand you correctly? I want to say, by the way, that I had a suggestion from a viewer yesterday about parameters on the fly. And I said in the stream that I would look it up after the stream, and I did. I just want to thank that person for suggesting, because parameters on the fly is that if I just want to show this little fusion thing that I learned yesterday, it's that whenever you write a measurement, I didn't know this. You can just, so here, you can just write length equals, and your thing, 10. And look, this doesn't even look like a parameter here, but we just created a parameter. So if I make another square here, and when I want to show you how long this has been, I'm just hitting L, and look, the parameter is there, length. And now this is 10. And I can go back and change this, and you will see that both changes. So this is parameters on the fly, and I didn't know it existed. I just want to say huge thanks to the viewer. I hope you see me see this, and that was a brilliant tip. So thanks for that. Now everyone knows. Somehow this is solvable. Hannes?
Yes.
If we use the paper,
Yeah.
we don't need muting.
Problem solved.
I can play bass and try to look charming. I can.
You can try.
Not only have Wilson been on me all these years, now you as well.
Yeah. He's a bad influence on me.
So this is Yeah, this is too good to be true. Do we have any materials? This is too good to be true. It's probably not true, everyone. Always when it's like this, it's always going to end up, yeah, if you want like long song, it's gonna weigh 100 kilo per song. Things like that will come up. Things like that will definitely come up. I think that will be the fall of this pep, of this ongoing pep.
AKA Marco69, you could use Geneva mechanism with retractable drive pin. Do you know what that is, Martin?
Yes,
Geneva mechanism?
I know what a Geneva mechanism is. That's in Movie Projector. So a Geneva mechanism looks like this. This might be a brilliant suggestion, actually. So, and if you think of it like this, and then we make a circular pattern for this slot. So, like this. I should have probably, yeah, there's a Geneva drive. I was almost getting it right. With a retractable, how would that work? So the Geneva, the pin would pop out.
Retractable drive pin.
Can you show me those images again?
Yes, give me a second here.
Yeah, go up. Yeah, that one. You stay on that one. So the pin needs to pop out when the drumstick falls down and then be lifted up. If we can create like a sideways movement when the drumstick falls down, so it like engages, and then when it comes up and when it's locking, it disengages.
YOH. Beware that Geneva mechanisms wear out fast and vibrate a lot when in fast rotation.
Yeah. So this is...
Aren't Geneva mechanisms famously noisy?
Yeah, but then we're on a different RPM, I think. That's like why a projector sounds is because of this thing here. So now, as a movie nerd, Hannes, now our worlds are colliding.
I'm Team Geneva mechanism here then. I just thought the description of the mechanism was beautiful. Something that sounded like what we were looking for.
So if you're joining the stream right now, we have gone on a very fascinating trip away from this programming wheel onto paper idea. It was sparked again by a sketch from a user. And what is really selling me on this idea, that not only we can get rid of these two things, we could also get rid of the muting system. So there are some known unknowns, some suitable material, and activation of some expression features, like how to activate a sustain pedal mechanically. And I've been presenting one of my favorite ideas, which is this idea here on the sketchpad. which is that we can store energy in a spring if we can have a detachable mechanism. Right, oh, that was not what I meant to do. Right here. And then the little paper doesn't have to provide the mechanical force to make a nice sound of this drum. Look how nice this drum sounds already. And we can make rolls and everything. So I want 5 drumsticks on each drum, so you can make nice, huh?
Sugar goo goo bow.
Okay. Wait, and we don't have to like have muting for the marble gates and everything. Okay. I'm officially on team paper now. But not paper, I'm on team scrolls. Programming scrolls. We don't have rolls because what we're building is a timeless classic, and then it's called
take
scrolls.
it easy. Take it easy. So excited right now.
Sorry,
I know it's Friday, but hold your horses, Martin.
I'm becoming Dave Chappelle wannabe right here. Beating the mic against my knees. Let's calm down. Read me some chats. Where should we go with this? Should we pause this discussion and go for the, or should we delve into the beautiful world of material supplying?
And a lot of people still want the muting, otherwise it's just a big paper playing music box. Having it able to muting it will make it feel more live and nice. You thought you solved the problem. Please don't get rid of muting.
The muting was iconic for that machine. I'm not going to have paper scrolls and muting because it's completely redundant. So since it's formed from function, the muting was cool with the loop. And it was how I managed to make cool music from one loop, which is a certain creativity that was on the first 2 machines. And I'm totally with you that it's more going to be like it's much more karaoke when with the programming papers. It's much more karaoke.
It's an instrument, not a music box. Wow. Silvertech.
Yeah, so the thing... Okay, so the loop machine I thought was cool because I could be like a DJ. I could drop the beat whenever I want to with a lever, and I can pause it, and I can react to the reaction from the audience, and I can draw it out, I can make it shorter, I can basically build up an intro, I can build the drum loop the way I want to with levers. And I can like kind of jam. I can improvise on the bass, not really yet, but a little bit. I can like jam with the machine. So why not keep? We can also keep this. We can keep the loop. That would be complicated though. To start a loop and then just have the paper rolling, that will be very complicated. Let's go to the design requirements, the clean ones. And I have to hit this.
All
button.
chat is chiming in on they still want the loop machine and the muting. It's such a big part of this.
Are we gonna go all the way around this whole thing?
Yeah, we found a solution and then we revert back where we started.
It's Friday after all. paper plus loop machine.
The dropping the beat with lever is exactly the kind of live performance that made the model machine what it is. From Freddy.
Yeah. So, playing position. I can't spell. Position for Martin. This is the top question. And then comes music, scroll, or music drum. It's the second top question. Or combo.
I just need to take this.
It's in C sharp minor. Strange. Okay. So it's wonderful to think freely. I get so excited there without the muting. It's a form from function machine though. So I want to keep things open, but I also need to soon we're on a few design T-crosses here, and I want to like go on with this road trip. I don't want to like take a break by a T-cross for too long and just standing by the T-cross waiting to make a decision. So yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Okay. Where were we?
We are at the T-cross.
Yeah.
We are at a few T-crosses design-wise. And normally, I think this is the time this has been so hype. It's really cool. But I think now is the time to temporarily take a stroll in the forest away and leave the car in the T-cross for some time. And we jump into the car and continue our road trip a little bit later. And I think I have decided... I started this design journey a week ago with a design requirement that I had super strict. And it was that all channels are in line with the hit point of the instrument. So I think it's here somewhere. I want to see if I can find it. Here. This line. All instrument hit points, hot points. In line with the programming track. So this was like a dogmatic design requirement that I said because I don't want to flare out because that gave me all the problems on the Model Machine X. Yesterday, I have revoked this. So after the stream yesterday, I was looking at the playing position and I realized that we could keep this drum much smaller if I allowed for some flaring out on the sides. So currently, I think this is the playing position. By the way, levers, if you want to see me interact with the levers during a concert, I think if we put the bass over here, you won't see a lot of lever action because the levers will be hidden here on the backside. But I think I will put the bass here to the left. That's my assumption right now. And it doesn't have to be in line with the programming drum. So with the dogmatic thing, this programming drum had to be like 1.5 meter wide. And since I'm now allowing flaring out, we can make these drums much more manageable, like below like a meter or so, which is much, much better. So that saves And if we do the paper even more, we can tighten things up. Because right now we're using 25 millimeter wide registrators. And even on the Machine X, we had 17. And with this new programming wheel idea, here's the programming pin, by the way. And here's our shear. We drilled some holes through here to have a shear point here if something goes wrong. I think I'm going to allow the flaring out. So all these orange lines that you see here was me trying to find all these hit points. And I changed my mind and I'm going to allow some flaring out, which also allows the base to be on the side here. And it allows things to be much cleaner, I think, position-wise. I have to solve the flaring, but hey, I should be able to do that much better now when we have a CAD project. So yeah. Maybe I should work a little bit on instrument positions and pause the really big programming thing. So I always dreamt of making music that people will listen to without seeing the machine. I don't want to make an album with songs that are okay, but only makes sense when you see the machine play them. I want to make music that people listen to when they're on their way to work and stuff like that, like without like their eyes fixed on the screen. And I do think the paper idea unlocks something that we don't have here. We can play verses and choruses. We can play... Everything else has to be very repeated. On the other hand, a lot of my songs have too many parts and too many different things. So maybe being... Like, I was forced to be like... how is it? Part of why that song is cool is because it's repeating, right? And then you come to... I don't know my own song. So, I mean, yeah, so the question is, do I want this constraint on the songwriting that it's in a loop? Perhaps I do. Perhaps I don't. Fun to think of in any case.
It needs to marinate a bit.
Yeah, this needs to marinate, definitely. Let's work on the Vibrophone placement.
I made a scroll pole here at least.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Cool.
And it's more even than I thought. Like, we have 61% for no scrolls. And the rest are 4 scrolls. Like when you first mentioned it there, with leaving out the muting and the looping, people were like, oh no. Then it will just be a big music box. So perhaps it should be a combination of both ideas in that case. Have paper and also a way to make it more individual.
It's a music box that plays music with marbles, though. But yeah.
Can you interact with the machine? That's a cool feature, like that you can play stuff. You can play the bass.
So like all the solenoid-driven marble machines that people have built since they saw my machine are fantastic, but they're not intriguing. So if the paper would give that feeling, then I'm with everyone on this. I think so. Sorry, your question was if when I'm playing the bass, do I really have time to pull the muting levers?
No, I was just the ways you can, because if there is just a paper like playing a song, it doesn't feel like you and the machine are playing together. For instance, with the first machine, when you played the vibraphone as well,
that's a very good
and with
point.
the muting levers, if it felt like you also was controlling the song and played with the marble machine, like you. It was a more interactive experience with the machine, right?
That's a great point. They at Spielclock they called it a hybrid machine. He said it's not an automatic machine because you play the bass yourself. It's more a hybrid, and maybe this is like a very like foundational aspect that it's like it's a person and a mechanic thing that coexist and collaborates, and something nice comes out of it in the moment.
Yeah.
So it's like by making the machine a little bit less smart, by making the machine dumber, it's like up to the operator to kind of sprinkle the magic dust that actually creates the music on top of it. Maybe that's like very foundational thing. Interesting.
Hannes got the point, chat says here.
Yeah, you summed it up very, very nicely, actually. I wanna make a standard vibraphone pattern on this vibraphone. So 06
Team Hybrid.
Team Hybrid have appeared. I also want to show. Can you show again the? Can you bring up an image, Hannes, of the push-pull lever Bowden cable?
A real one?
Yeah, from like image googling.
Bowden cable.
Push-pull lever Bowden cable. I just want to show because I think the muting system could be controlled by those. And I think the muting on and off will be less cool on this machine because you saw it going up and down. This was like this cool visual effect that I created, and I won't do that on this machine. So I think the muting with the kinetic fingers was awesome, and I'm not gonna have kinetic fingers on this machine because form from function absolutism.
So let's see what we have over here. Is it these ones you were talking about?
Yeah, but the levers below there, I see them.
You see them below there.
So see if you can, see if you can get one with levers. More levers. Yeah, so that push-pull cable, this one, can we make that one larger? So these are standardized solutions that is for gas, control lever for mixer truck. So I guess it's opening and closing a valve. So on the other end, you have a Bowden cable end point. And this is like a very, very standard solution. And I think they're very reliable. So the cool thing is that I can put these levers where I am and then pull the Bowden cable to wherever in the machine I need to control something mechanically. So I think this is a very, very good idea. So team muting system, like it's possible. Let me see. I'm going to create my standard vibraphone pattern here. So what did we say? We said, let's move the black keys to where they usually are. Was easier than I thought. So did we agree? I think I'm going to put... Did we agree that it was 36? Let me see here. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. One more. If I calculated correctly. What? So what are people saying?
They agree with me.
How do I know that though? Do I have to like look the chat replay to see if that's actually
Go
true?
Hannes, hashtag team hybrid. Agreed, controlling the machine live is what's interesting about it. Yes, coexist and collaborate, team hybrid. I'm 100% with Hannes on this. Go hybrid or go home. 100% agree. Don't make a giant music box. Yeah, it's cooler if you have that interactivity. Simple, repeatable melodies songs are very memorable if done right.
Yeah, like what is that? Like white stripes. No, 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 no.
Oh,
Whoa, 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 oh. Is that the song? Yeah. By the way, someone taught me X-Files. Can we pull that up?
I'm gonna find it.
So yeah, repeatable songs. Yeah, I need to make repeatable songs anyway. Jesus, we've been all over the place with this. So let me extrude only the black keys this time. So F, G sharp, and then we have 3 black keys here. And then nothing, because this is B, and then 2. And then 3. Having a normal piano pattern would actually look cool as well. Because the decision I made to not have everything in line unlocks this. Unlocks the option to have a normal piano pattern. So,
someone sent in
as a suggestion, because I tried to play the X-Files and I don't know why I had this blank. I tried to play and I love like all my songs I love that thing. And when I read the script, it was like, and I was like trying. I tried everything except. I don't know why I blanked on that one. So thanks to whoever sent this into the suggestion. It was in the other category.
Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew. I now know how to play the X-Files. It's a good meme.
Seven Nation Army was the song by the White Stripes, by the way.
I can play that without paper on the Marble Machine 3 if you want me to.
Do it.
So look at this. We have a full size Vibrophone. Oh, imagine using these slots. Because here's my beef with the Vibrophone. It's that we can't repeat notes. So now we're on another thing entirely. Since we're on the Marble Machine X, we dropped 2 marbles per instrument, so I could repeat fast. And my plan from the beginning of this instrument have been to omit that design requirement and make things easier. But this also means that we would even have problem maybe playing like like playing that really fast because you have the D note is repeating fast. That's fast. So you can even maybe like play that melody really, really tight. So I've been thinking about what if we make a standard Vibrophone and we have some extra slots somewhere. Because if this is standard, you never have to tune these, the resonators. Then you can just have a few extra slots that you would actually tune. Okay, let's dream. Let's just dream. Because that's what we're here to do. But, so we need a marble. So for example, you see all these empty spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say we could solve the marble gate issue. It will be a very repeatable pattern there anyway. Maybe this works. So maybe let's just fill in between the black keys, so to speak. We put, we have 5 slots where you can replace the notes. 6 even. So there we would place an extra version of all the notes that you need to repeat fast in that song. So let's say you have a pattern like so here I have 3 notes that keeps on repeating. So these 3 would then also be on the extra places. To play that, I need 3. This is 5, I need 5. And if I would want to go on, I would need more than 5 extra. So that's what annoys me. Maybe the whole top row should be exchangeable. And then we need to tune all those resonators. It's just a big mess. Let me extrude this. And let me color code the extra notes. So we have 3 first. This one is red, then 2. This one is red. Maybe we should make the piano pattern with the black and the white. That's a little fun. I think 3000 is accepting a delivery. That's why we're left alone. At the moment, the people's favorite will be back soon. So how many do we have here? 6 extra notes. Or we just make one row when all of them are interchangeable and we do tune the resonators. That's another big decision that we have to make later. With this base placement, it does feel like we can move the Vibrophone down. Let's do that. So I think we have the height on this sketch. Yeah, here we go. This is the height of the Vibrophone. Let's move it 30 centimeters straight down, and that's too low. 10 centimeters down. So far back. Maybe 10 centimeters more. And here's my favorite trick. I've shown it 100 times. In Fusion, if you go look at the sketch and you click the right click, you can show dimension, which means that your sketch dimensions will be shown in this position. So you can alter the height while seeing the parts. Let's do the same for the other sketch, and we can move Vibrophone around. So let's move it a little bit forward. People were so worried when you were gone.
They were worried. You heard them all the way to your computer. Were they screaming so loud?
Yes. They don't like it when you leave.
Sometimes I have to. Oh, you know what? I forgot the most important thing. Oh, thinking oil.
Oh, do we have?
Yes. I think so.
If you drink some, you will be able to think if we have it. I give myself 3 out of 10 on that joke. And that's being generous because it's Friday. I want the plates to be a little bit further apart, so I'm going to increase the offset in this feature. This is another thing that we've been going on and on about. To use an offset in your extrude commands up here means that you can, not the profile plane, but an offset, means that you can make more complicated parts from a single sketch. It will save your timelines and your sanity. It's ugly when the keys are colored. I'm annoyed by it, but hey. Let's put this bass guitar in a better position. Do 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 do. So that it doesn't go into the drum. Maybe like this. Maybe there. Let's capture the position. So this looks like a music instrument, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Probably we should move the Vibrophone even more forward. 640. 660. And I should constrain this sketch so all the plates are following. So let's go ahead and do that over here. I can do that by telling you to be a certain distance from you. 100? Yeah, it looks about right. This instrument placement feels actually great. I'm going to start to CAD the hammer jammer hit point soon. What's the time? Oh, I thought it was lunch.
I'm not bringing you lunch.
No, I mean, no, time-wise, I thought it was lunch.
No.
Let's sketch the hammer jammer a little bit quick. That's going to be a fun thing to rest our weary minds with.
Yeah. Now I'm back for real this time.
Welcome back. Hammer jammer. Can we show the people
The Hammer Jammer
the
bass
cool
video.
Hammer Jammer bass video, and then we're gonna play it until the end so you can see the on-screen credits for this YouTube channel. So I'm gonna CAD now. The marbles on this machine will not hit the strings of the bass guitar. It will hit 8. This is my new idea since I could flare. Oh, I didn't tell you that. Yesterday I thought we only had 4 channels for the bass guitar, which meant we could only play boom, 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 boom. No other bass line than that was possible. But since we're gonna flare out the mechanics, I think we can have 8 hit points on our Hammer Jammer. So let's enjoy this beautiful, beautiful video. And as you can see, the player is not using a lot of force. And it's fast. There we go. Big Walnut Productions. It's the YouTube channel, right?
Big Walnut Music.
Big Walnut Music. Shout out again to Big Walnut Music for the awesome bass playing and the demonstration of the Hammer Jammer for bass. It was originally invented for guitar, I think. And tell me.
Chat. Hannes, please remove Martin's chat protection curtain when you leave. We're going crazy without the attention.
That's the honest thing I've heard from chat the whole day. I have snowflake protection on my left screen here from chat.
Yeah.
No, we want to make these live streams really productive work-wise. I want to keep focused. People will be super bored if I just read chat, and we won't have a functional machine. So that's why Hannes 3000 is here to be the bridge between us. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying nothing.
Nothing? First of all, I think I have to add some strings to this bass guitar. Let me make some nasty strings, nasty CADing.
Best way of CADing on a Friday. Woo, woo, woo.
Oh yeah, it is. Can you feel the power of these strings? Let's put them on a line.
Hold the line.
Do 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 do. So they're not 8mm. Let's go for. I want them a little comically oversized now. 5, 4, 3. You want to see a parameter on fly that I learned yesterday?
Nothing in my life has meant more than these lines right now.
Dist equals 10. Distance is 10. 113. And now for the next strings, I'm just putting dist. Here we go. Did you capture that? I'm just writing D. This comes up here. Yes, thank you. Boom. And now when I see I want to fill the whole bass neck with these strings, I just go and fix the first one. 15. Well done, Martin. I forgot to say that you and you are new sits on this line. Now this will work. So 16. Parameters on the fly. Fantastic tip from someone in the stream yesterday. So here's our beloved strings. Thanks to the Hammer Jammer, we have green strings. Thanks to the Hammer Jammer, we can use a normal bass guitar. And again, the offset command, it looks a little strange that the strings are going all the way up. So let's move the sketch, right? So they start. No, we don't have to. We can do the offset. Offset 60, minus 60, minus 100, minus 200, minus 150. Here we go. I'm gonna try to get another color on those strings. What? Tell me what's happening in chat.
Turn the bass 90 degrees anti-clockwise. More space and better playability. Feel like we have been on this subject before, right?
Turn the bass anti-clock. Oh, the bass neck sticking out. You know what? There's a suggestions about that. Can you find it in the instrument position folder? Or in the new one? And see if maybe it's even the same person or if you just have the same idea that was submitted earlier. Because we have this bass, we have some alternate bass positions. Hammer jammer. How should I sketch this? I should sketch it on a plane. So let's make a plane for the hammer jammer. Isolate.
Boom.
Yeah. Have bass neck outside of machine above the crank. This would increase the footprint of the machine so much. And I think it feels, it's very pragmatic and practical because it removes all the playing from and my arms from the marble action and stuff like that, but it feels like it doesn't belong to the machine. As per your original idea, stand by the right side with the bass facing the machine. Marbles will bounce back towards the machine. That's always an option, so good to be reminded of that from Bernie Fagnan. Edmonton.
Yeah, Alberta, Canada. Home of the Oilers, where Gretzky won 5 Stanley Cups in the 80s.
True Gretzky right here. This way you can play comfortably with your left hand and operate a crank with your right hand. I think it's shame for the audience to look at the backside of the bass guitar. So, oh, this one I never saw.
It's brand new.
Brand new. It's come right in, hot from the oven.
Yes.
No fretboard. 12 strings, 1 channel per tone. All bass lines possible. No human. Custom space for marble path control. Tuners. Yeah, this is also possible. I was thinking about to make this machine play, but thanks for the suggestions, to play, also to decide what bass note it is playing, and this could be possible there. So, hammer jammer. I have to just project something. I should not project that. Where's my origin? Here's the origin. Origin. So here's the angle of the hammer jammer hit points. Let's do 75 like on the others. 900. Let's look at where the base is. This thinking oil tastes fantastic.
So nice, no?
Oh,
Woo! Gets it going. But that's not needed because it's Friday, everybody. Woo!
oh yes. So here's my idea. Here is my idea. We make a pivot point here. Boom. And then the hammers. Wait, I wanted to... how should I do this? I have to bend the parts in two directions. I have to think about where to start. Someone knocking? Was it the air?
I'll have a check.
So this is a hammer. Hammering the bass string. $30. Like that. And then here is the hit point where the marble hits. Now everything is one plane and we're going to flare these out so they have several planes like that. There's probably has to be a spring here, a light spring to keep it from resting on the, making it returning to its normal. I think on the hammer jammer that we saw on the video, it's just a material flexing. Should look into more if people are using springs and stuff. So, okay, but let me extrude this one and then we're gonna flare the hit points out a little bit later.
Just the regular ghosts, nothing to worry about.
Okay, cool. Let's make it 10. And let's put in an offset. You're only gone for like 10 seconds and I'm already making an offset extrusion, okay?
Oh yeah, marriage is happening.
So let me try to get this straight in front of one of the middle strings. We're only blocking, we're not CADing seriously here. That's good enough.
What is this now? Maybe call it a day. Not a chance. We just started, my man.
I'm so relieved. Did you also?
I received it now as well, Martin.
You received it. My heart was crushed yesterday.
We're only getting started. It's Friday, man.
And now I feel so much better. I'm so relieved. So I thought people were saying that to me because Hannes was not here.
Nope.
Or is it a meme?
Perhaps it is a meme now. You know.
Because I mentioned it earlier. Maybe you...
I got trolled.
Maybe you got super... I think you got super trolled.
Yeah.
And you're...
I'll take it.
When I told the story this morning on how fragile I was when I saw that comment You were surprised, and now you took it the same way. It's kind of amazing. Okay, we have to get some more. I should make it a little bit thinner. Let me just try this one more time. Let's make it 5. Oh no, we're doing it that way. Okay. Like that. And then I'm going to mirror this one. So I'm going to mirror this. I'm just blocking here. I'm actually gonna mirror the body. This over this. Okay. And I want to move this. Tell me. 3,000.
I get an explanation here from the comment you received yesterday about call it a day. Doro here, he says, no, I said it. So you have time to let the thoughts marinate. And you had an appointment at the gym this morning, hadn't you?
I can tell you that I was so tired this morning, so I only did like a third of my program. So you were right. Nice that we cleared this up. I don't have to fret about what this meant anymore.
No. They were just thinking for you.
Yes. That's beautiful. I had a guard throwing out a concert visitor from my concert once because I thought that the person was screaming something super rude to me. I can't say it because it's not family friendly. But it was like, whoa. So I went down in the middle of the song to the security guard and I pointed out, this guy is going out of here. Take him out. And so the guard was like going towards him, like grabbed him, started to pull him. And then he was like, trying to get in contact with me. And then he said like, what he was screaming was, I saw you at the Emma Buddha festival. And that in Swedish, that translated in my ears to something horrible. And then I was like, I hugged him and like kissed him on the cheek. And like, I was like, oh, and then the concert could continue. And the guy was still front row visitor. So I almost did that with your comment, Doro. Okay, here we go. So I want to hit this string again. So let me copy this thing.
And while you do that, I'm just going to read out because we have, as always, Slice of Sparta is chiming in here on the chat. Let's not call it a day, but I'll admit it was scary when Hannes 3000 left. Now that he's back, the positivity never ends. Cheers. Woo!
No, you were so missed.
Thank you.
Oh, but I'm missing. I can of course do this. Let's move it here. Boom.
Now the twist will be if that audience member is in the chat today.
Yeah.
That got thrown out.
But they didn't get thrown out in the end.
Okay, everything got sorted out.
Yeah, because I then heard the positive message that was actually screamed.
Well, Watch EM says, I saw you playing on Hultsfredsfestivalen once.
Oh, cool.
You see. Long-time fans here in the chat.
So much fun to hear that there's still some music fans around that haven't given up completely. playing live is easily the most fun thing I've ever done. And I just had, since the idea with the marble machine, like the reason I'm doing this round 3 is because I want to experience that. I want to play live with the marble machine. It's just something that I want to experience, and it's just taken over my life, that dream. And that's why we're here.
Thankfully it did, because now we're here, enjoying this fine Friday together with all the wonderful people out there.
And as I said, if this CAD model is not promising, then I will finally give up on the idea, and that will also be a successful outcome for me in my mind. Oh, I should just CAD the left 4 triggers and then mirror all those, of course. That's how this should be done. So here's the first trigger for the A string. And let me copy this.
Anthony Patterson doesn't want to be left out here. He says, I saw you playing on YouTube. And Ola Hammarström, first time was Detektivbyrån at Peace and Love, 2009.
Wow, cool.
There we go.
Cool. Copy this component, paste new. Here we go. Even though I'm blocking, I'm slow. I'm putting it. Let's do this for now, and I'm just going to flare. I'm just going to flare the hit point. Then let's capture this position. So, children, close your eyes. It's some ugly CADing that you do not want to see.
They're closed. They're closed. Shall I just put on a black screen now instead?
No. So, yeah, you can read some chats while I'm... let's hear what people are feeling while I'm taking care of this. I don't have so much to say.
There's a lot of talk about music. And Glitchton, you will still make music even if the marble machine doesn't work out, right?
Yes.
Of course.
That's the idea.
The return to music will come.
Yeah.
It will be awesome.
That's the idea.
Adriana Alcina Escobosa, thank you for ending my progress. And sorry for that. Adriana says, "Oh, oof.
Are you okay?
Some water."
The thirst for revenge is burning in Hannes 3000 mouth as well.
Swallowing malfunctioning on this droid here. Adriana, here we go. Thank you for ending my procrastination. Since the lights went up, I just work next to the YouTube channel and I have to make stuff. Looking forward for the live concerts.
That is so much fun to hear, and so happy to be have your company from whatever you're doing. Good luck with that.
John S. Pokestop. Hello, Martin and Hannes 3000 from Hawaii.
Oh, cool.
Love the stream. It's nothing I can even comprehend, but you guys keep me watching and laughing. Save and cheers.
Okay,
save and cheers.
Save and cheers.
Straight from Hawaii.
Aloha.
Cheers.
That's maybe...
That's Hawaiian, right? Aloha. Ooh.
Maybe it's a tired cliche, Doc.
Doc.
You never know.
change the camera angle. I don't want to be in this shot right now.
Okay.
Okay, I want to revenge myself with this later. I'm just gonna make these 2 stupid hit points. I don't know why it took me 100 years. Here's the idea. A marble can hit this plate and it will strum the A string with this little hammer. A marble can hit this plate and it will strum the same string with this hammer. I flared it so ugly, so I don't even want to make the others. I can just copy them out to show that it's going to be 8 though. Boom. Boom. And boom. Isn't this cool? 8 hit points.
Boom.
And I think for these we should use the 16mm marbles. So this I think is giving a good idea of the idea.
And that's something new with this machine as well. There's going to be different sizes of marbles perhaps on this one.
Yeah, right now I'm thinking one size for the base and a second size for everything else.
Okay, yeah.
And material, so I want to use these wooden marbles or something like it, but heavier, like with a metal core or something. And then maybe for the bass guitar, it will be the steel balls.
Ooh, okay.
Because we want to make these 8 side-by-side marble gates as tight as possible. What?
Yeah, let's see. Where were we? The first one to actually notice now, or saying something about it. Bricks by rocks. What happened to the posters behind you? Was it Wilson? And as you can see, he sabotaged our entire studio last night. He wasn't happy with our streams. You can see it on the floor behind us there. My God, Wilson. My God.
We used Tackit, and because of the humidifier that we have standing in, you can actually see it behind over 3000's shoulder. The little white cylinder there, because our lights makes our eyes very dry. Talking about snowflakes. The dehumidifier, I think, causes the Tackit to release the posters. And then Wilson saw his chance and just pulled them down.
Yeah.
Delivered the death blow.
The little rascal. And Daniel Lapointe says here, do not forget the dog and cat trigger pads. Design requirements, stat.
This feels cool. Like I was I'm gonna get the guitar.
Yes, please. Wow, he trashed the place. Proper rock star. Yeah, that's right.
That was like after the stream yesterday, I was like thinking so much about playing positions. And when I was thinking about this standing bass playing position, I was just like thinking, imagine the loop drum you start like the loop drum you start like this, and I just had this like super stupid bass line in my mind. It sounds awful right now, but I just had this idea to stand and play bass and see the kick drum like in front of me there and being able to play with the machine. I just have this feeling that to have a normal playing position feels like a good thing.
Yeah. Wilson, it preys on posters. Thomas Kraft. There we go.
Yeah. Where should we go now? Let's go back to CAD.
To infinity and beyond.
This feels great. So all my arms are. Oh yeah, this is what I was measuring yesterday. If I could take my. Oh, we should model. Wait, we have me.
You're already in there.
We have me. We have me. Wait, let's go to here.
There you are.
Let's save Martin as a save copy as Martin measurements.
Music from a kiddo. No, not the cats and dogs. They're unbearable. Please don't use them. I'm dead serious. And I will be dead serious now. I don't think we're gonna use them. But you never know.
It's not until you open the box that we know if you're dead or alive serious.
Ragadish.
So I have now exported myself, which feels great. If I would disappear. Oh,
wow. We have everything going on at the same time.
Sorry. If I would disappear, I'm right down here.
There you are. Perfect.
There.
Martin measurements.
Yeah. So.
Solved it.
Problem solved. Insert into current design. Flying like a helicopter.
Wow. OX3F2D. I think rubberized metal marbles is the way to go. Heavy enough, won't wear that much, will sound good, will bounce good. Is that something you have looked into, Martin?
Absolutely. Is that a standard thing, or is it that like something that we have to make ourselves? Marbles with rubber is a good idea.
Rubberized metal marbles. If that's a standard, well...
I look tall. Is this really the floor?
Measure it against the funnel instead.
The funnel is not in here.
Oh.
So if you missed what Hannes is talking about, one issue that will not recur on this machine is the marbles on the floor. Because this time we're going to use a properly sized funnel, which means that the floor will stay clean and things will stay good.
A joke that will never get old.
My machine will work.
So
True.
we are going to check out something here. What I was curious about, which led up to this whole thing, is that can I play the bass and manually play the vibraphone at the same time? Why has the vibraphone reverted? Oh, because I'm in the full assembly. You can see on the warning thing here, it's not updated. Let's update it. Oh, the compute was too fast. Oh,
wow! Ooh, ah.
So now look here. So I measured yesterday if I could play the bass and have a vibraphone mallet in my other hand and stretch over and manually play the vibraphone. So like kind of like this. Something like that.
Now we're talking.
And I think I could, which also comes into the paper scroll discussion, that if you want another melody, I could actually also play the vibraphone manually on like a verse or like a chorus or something. So to have a simpler bass line, the only thing then is that this arm can't be in the way for these marbles, but I could have a really long vibraphone mallet as well.
1.5 meter long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whack some moles while you're at it.
Let's see. Distance 1, maximum distance 175. No, I'm taller than this.
What has happened? Have you shrunk?
Oh, no, it's into the middle of the circle. Okay. Let me measure from my heel to one of my hairs.
There's the hair.
No, it is good. It's just not measuring correctly.
Mike Perry says here, Hannes, ask Martin about using your magic mouse last stream after you left. That was a debacle, wasn't it?
We fixed it this morning. You deleted all the gestures.
Yeah.
After me ranting at the gym about it.
I fixed it.
Yeah. Why is this not centered over the base? The base position. Oh, it was not. Was it not captured? Here, the base is positioned correctly. Oh, we're looking at the wrong base. Are we? No.
There should be marble people saying that, you know, on old computer mouses. Like those balls inside a computer mouse.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think also there's like heavy rubber balls. I do have these like toy bouncing balls, but they are very light. Oh, I missed. I wanted to bounce it. It glows nicely in the dark. Oh, can you pull up performs the triangle on YouTube? Just Google juggler performs the triangle. I don't know the name. I just have to share this with everyone. It's the most amazing thing I've seen. But while you're doing that, yeah, you got it. While you're doing that, I have to find out why the space guitar is not in the correct position.
Space guitar?
So let's save here again. Do not get this. Save. Because here's it.
Is this what you want to look at, my friend?
Positioned correctly. Yeah, can you zoom out so we're showing the credit for the channel as well?
Oh, you're asking for a lot, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, I'll fix this problem. Yeah, that's okay. Then people see the title.
What's happening here?
Okay. Let's go a little bit forward. I just want everyone to... Oh, it's not in... Yeah, it is in full screen. Okay. Yeah, let's go a little forward and put sound on max. This is the closest to a marble machine I have ever seen. So let's go like, yeah, let's go. It's getting, you should watch this whole thing, but let's go somewhere there.
God. It's all in the hips.
He showed when he's like using his foot. It's in the middle maybe. Making a beat with a lot of balls. Okay, 1 minute forward. One minute forward. Yeah, there. Oh, never mind. This, you have to see this whole video. It's all in rhythm. It's an amazing performance. So
wow.
Applause.
Woo!
Whoa.
Friday. Yay!
Meanwhile, yes, this has updated. Why? So this to me is unbelievable. This is one of the things that I hate most with Fusion. There's absolutely no reason. Or are these in the wrong place? No. There is no reason for you to not transform. Oh, this is broken.
Oh.
Let's edit. Finish position. Didn't work. Let's delete this. Maybe this ground. Let's delete this ground. I'm down in the timeline. You can't really see it. Like juggler making music with bouncing balls.
Pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing, right? Okay, we have some kind of bug. Definitely, because now everything is selected and I can't deselect it. So often when a design is starting to work up like this, act up, it's called, I usually just close it and reopen it. Let's see what we have. Better. Let's throw the strongest thing we have, a rigid group joint. And I'm going to include everything. So now we have locked the whole thing together in a rigid group. I'm going to save. And if this design is using the same design file, there's no way the base... Look at that. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we have the marbles for the bass guitar hitting here. Brill. And then we have the loop machine there. And we have the whole vibraphone smorgasbord right there.
I just want to add something to our discussion earlier. It's a message from Thorben. Paddy Theft's misunderstood idea is worth considering. Turn the bass 90 degrees along its neck axis so that the strings face the right side of the machine. Improves ergonomics, saves space. Function, form.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
And also he adds, later they had a little discussion here, and said, 45% would help, as there is Martin would have to stand inside of the machine.
So the idea here is, that's good. You pointed that out, Hannes. The idea here that we misunderstood. I'm going to remove this rigid group, otherwise I can't. So here's the idea, to rotate the base like this.
Oh yeah.
It's not that bad.
Ergonomics wise, it feels nice, right?
Well,
while you're cranking.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that actually. I think it's actually easier straight, the crank related, but to reach the vibraphone to play manually, I think this would be interesting. And I think the original idea was even to go 90 degrees. Like this.
Mm-hmm. So
it's fun because I haven't considered this at all. It was just not in my it was not in my mind at all. So whenever I misunderstand an idea like this, I love that chat is like asking me to kind of consider it again.
It would be so fun if we could get a lot of cardboard into this studio and make a quick mock-up of all the positions of everything. So you can like feel like, okay, having the base this way, I can reach the Vibrophone and this and that.
That's not a bad idea. Some duct tape and some cardboard. We always go to the recycling with a lot of cardboard. So we should stop doing that. We should just keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for giving like 7th alternative on the base position. I'm going to return it to this position for now.
But really good to consider.
Yep. Just a slight angle, perhaps, but the cranking is another thing. So what we are going to do now is that I'm going to go into the loop drum and I'm going to change this design. So this is not going to be a loop drum anymore. This is going to be a loop drum loop gear. Let me just copy and save this in an archive. So I have the old design saved in the archive. So I can do this very easily. I can just remove this feature, delete. So now we only have the gear, or the sprocket, as some people might call it. Delete these features. And let's just make some quick spokes on this gear. I think this should be black later, but never mind. It was a super fun stream this morning with so many ideas. I went wild for the paper idea. And then it was shut down. But that's normal in design processes. Which sketch is this? Okay, so I made this spoke sketch a couple of times now. So let's see if I can do it faster than normal. So I'm going to show you a good CAD practice here, which is only CAD the lines you need to CAD. 360 divided by 10 is 36. So this is 36. And then we want to CAD only the opening between, only half of the opening between a spoke. Like this. Did this turn into a line? Like this. Now I finally learned this. I think I'm going to nail this. Like this, okay. So let's constrain this a little bit nicely. You are parallel with you. Yeah. You are tangential with you. Yeah. You are coincident with you. Yeah. And then the thickness of the spokes, 6 centimeters. And then this looks wrong. And then we take the concentric and we make this arc concentric with this. Yeah.
Yeah.
We give it a diameter or a radius, 400. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we have a little arc in here that is also not concentric with the middle. So let's do that. This little arc is concentric with the middle. I'm out of frame. Sorry for that.
And I think that perhaps you discussed a bit about this when you streamed last night, but John Alveus says click in, click out, ballpoint pen design for programming pins. Could then reprogram between songs with a rack of pokers.
Yes, so this is a classic idea that is missing how many parts are needed. So we have so many holes and so many. So when I made quick math, you need 50,000 mechanisms. So because I want a lot of musical expressions, a lot of programming holes, so you need to fit 50,000 mechanisms to the drum with all those suggestions, and that's where that idea doesn't work. I should actually do the math for real sometime. So now we have half the opening, and now we're gonna mirror this. Everything is constrained neatly, and we're gonna mirror this over the center line here. Oh, I choose the center line. Classic mirror line like this. Now you start to see thing, and then we're going to make a circular pattern of all these. And then we have super nice parametric spokes.
Yahoo!
Yahoo! That is going to the Hannes cardboard motivation soundboard.
IB3SHL, 50,000 points of failure. Seems doable.
Yeah, that's like what we had on the Machine X. So here's good. If you want to make a warning sign for radioactivity, you only choose 3. If you want a gear, you choose 5.
There we go.
So radioactive, a gear. And now it's cool. This is fully parametric. So say I want a hub a little bit larger. I have that in one measurement here, 100, and the hub is larger. If I want the spokes wider, 40. The spokes are wider. If I want the rim wider, 380. The rims are wider. So finally, I've figured out how to build this kind of neatly. So let's go back. I think that looks 25. So let's extrude this. We're in our compute.
Oh. Sadly, the computer has picked up its pace.
Yeah. So this is going to look cool though.
If it can look cool and function, go for it.
Yeah. Yes. Yes and yes. Let's do a little chunky. Chunky. 20. Symmetric. Join. So now we have... Oh, wait. That went wrong. I apologize for this. I was on the plane. I need an offset. Fusion doesn't like this design with all the teeth. There's too many.
Fabricio Witt. I came for the clickbait, removable programming wheel, just to find out, amazingly, it might be real. I think it's an excellent idea, by the way. Much love to Martin and Hannes. Keep up the good work.
To make the... Okay, so to make the programmable removable...
Yes.
So why do you like the idea? I'm curious. So we can reprogram off stage and we can just insert a new one.
Yeah, and perhaps exploring the ideas of maybe a transportation might be easier with them removable.
Yeah, that was your brilliant addition, actually. I didn't even think about it. I think that could be very true.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting this into the middle right now. Let me... Never mind that, because this is only actually sketching. So this is going to be loop pulley. Now it's going to be called. Rename. Loop pulley. 200 teeth.
Yeah.
Yay! And if we go back to our machine, we can say goodbye to the loop wheel for now.
Because it's easier for reprogramming and the packing size of the whole thing is smaller. Okay? Yeah. Jeroen Blomshear, you can have cool art on different drums, giving each song its own emotional message.
Oh, but I'm not gonna make. I'm only gonna make 2 drums, so I'm not gonna make a whole drum for every song, because then we would need 10. And I think that's a little bit excessive. So if we just have 2, we can alternate. So exactly the idea of the programming plates of the first machine. So here we have a cool gear or a pulley, and we have to find out a way to get this in and out. And I want to highlight a viewer submission. If we can find 3000 in the timing indexing folder.
Timing indexing.
There is a viewer submission that I have seen this morning when we sorted all the viewer submissions that I think is absolutely brilliant.
Okay. Not any new ones. Let's go into the old. Yes, there we have it.
I'm going to hide this big programming drum, and I'm going to copy temporarily this exact same gear in the drivetrain assembly file up to this place here. Yeah, so I love this suggestion. So if we can look at both at the same time. Yeah. So I think this comes from a machinist. So indexing disk connected to the side of the drum. Holes are staggered to give larger divisions more increments. Easy to mark certain timings and fast to change. From DNH, and I think it's called dividing head style, timing between programming wheel and shaft. So dividing head, this is used by machinists to cut gears and stuff on lathe. So when they want to rotate something very, very precisely, they use these dividing head things. And what I love with this suggestion is not only how accurate it's going to be and what they say it's easy to mark the hole locations, but it also saves space from the programming surface. So if we check in CAD right here, the way I did it is that I had the pins going in here in these 2 holes, these holes here, from the top, which is easily accessible. That's good, but have it from the side like this makes a lot of sense. And this inspires me to, if we're gonna remove the drums and the loop drum, maybe we can do something similar with how they connect to the gear train. So thank you so much to DNH for this suggestion. I absolutely love it. And I love the simplicity of the presentation of the sketch as well. When you make design submissions, there's like 2 different ways you can impress. One is the idea itself, and the second is simplicity of presentation. I'm having issues myself to be like short and clear, and I think like that's a fun kind of problem to try to solve, to be like to the point and clear with a idea presentation visually, like how to convey the idea as simply as possible. So let's do the same here. We're going to hide this drum. Wait, what happened here? And I'm just going to copy this pulley and leave it into the program wheel assembly. Just gonna join it to the belt here for now. Wow. Boom.
Ba 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 boom.
This looks like we know what we're doing, right? Right?
Yeah, yes. 100%.
Thank you, Hannes 3000.
Steadfast. Straight into the future.
So a lot of people, when I showed like these drums, sorry for the S there, And when I showed these drums with built-in gear, a lot of people were like, shouldn't you have them separate, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of got why people said that. And this also makes, now we can like make a gear train that is separate from everything else. And then we just stick the drums in and out. So now to the question, how do we stick the drums in and out?
Mike Perry, could you put a slot on each side of the frame for the axle of the programming wheel to slide into such that gravity will hold it and lock it into its position? And also Seth Carrier, you can insert a programming tube into the machine like a cylindrical cheese grater. Look up a kitchen aid attachment. Simple way to connect the drum to the pulley.
Ooh. Can you pull that up?
I will see what I can find.
Fantastic. KitchenAid cheese grater. So if we head over meanwhile to the sketchpad, some basic difference methods. One would be to lock the thing with the shaft itself. So we pull the shaft out sideways. So 1, shaft out sideways. 2, drum comes straight out from the back of the machine. And then maybe 3. Oh wait, if this is the removal, I should have 0. 0 is pins goes out like this. The pins that ties the drum to the gear from the side goes out. And then the whole shaft comes out. And then the drum goes out. Another idea is to not even have a shaft in the middle of the drum. So basically the same thing here. Pins or screws or something that catches it on the gear. 0 goes out. From the side here. And on the other side then. So this is step 1. Pins goes out. And step 2, we take it out this way. And to complicate matters, if possible, I would love to not have any hub inside the programming wheel for ease of transportation. But I'm also worried about, because we're using the HDPE water pipes. I don't know if my slideshow is still working. Let me just find that out first, Hannes. Oh, it is. Can we show the CAD? So these are HDPE water tubes. And the way I think this will work for us is that we are going to machine the outer diameter perfectly circular by putting it on a perfect center and machine it on a rotary CNC machine. We can have the outside perfect. So a lot of people says that, oh, these pipes are not perfectly round. I do think they're pretty round. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fit them with fittings and stuff. I think the tolerances are pretty good. But by machining the outside on this CNC machine, we will have perfect round outside. However, the inner diameter, I was thinking that we didn't need to machine that. So by putting hubs into there and then machine around the hub, we get a perfect outer diameter, but I don't know if we can get a perfect inner diameter. So if we go back to the iPad, I would love to have like empty drums with nothing in. So this would be empty, and then with spokes like this would be with spokes. Yeah.
A lot of people in chat are saying there is no need for the shaft. Could just be 2 pins, one on each side.
So alternative B here.
Yeah, probably.
So what would the gears sit on? The gears just sit on their frame on each side. But we then still would need to have the So I'm worried about the concentricity. I really want these wheels to run very, very true. So we have to think about how we can make them run as true as possible. And the shaft would help with that. Basically, my thinking, if we go to CAD, my thinking is that the most foolproof way of never having an issue with these drums running true is to basically machine them on their own shaft on the CNC machine and then use the same hubs and maybe even the same shaft. That's not necessary. But then just leave the hubs in and always leave them there. That way, however we fit those bearings into those hubs, that little thing, it will just run as true as something ever can run. And if we're doing the holes and we have a sideways CNC machine operation, then we are counting on the fact that the CNC machine is perfectly calibrated. We don't have that perfect roundness. Probably we can get good enough precision though. So probably it's not a big thing, but it's just a feeling of safety.
A lot of people are talking about you should add inner rollers to the drums. What about some rollers under the programming wheel?
So, rollers. We had this Hubless design idea, which was really cool. It's inspired by that. I think anything rolling on the surface will make a lot of sound. So let's start a new design file and a new programming wheel. Programming wheel removable. We're on 8, I think. 08, 01. Yeah.
Yeah, boy! Woo!
Crazy Friday.
Team
Taking
hashtag Crazy Friday.
Taking off. 08, 01. So thanks everyone for joining us, keeping us company. It's been so much fun. I really want to show people that we can get things done. We're standing in the middle of some huge T-cross design decisions.
I think it's called Crossroads.
Crossroads.
Yeah,
But
chat
that's-
reminded me.
Okay. It's a Swinglish. We say T-korsning, and that's why I'm doing a Swinglish translation. Crossroads. Just like the guitar player sold the soul to the devil. What's his name? Ben something. It's not Django Reinhardt, but almost. Was it Django Reinhardt? No.
You're talking to deaf ears over here.
Okay, sorry.
Deaf ears, deaf, not deaf ears. Team Widowmaker Combat Robotics. Put the programming wheel on 4 rollers that are attached to your gearing or belt system. Machine grooves in wheel to act as guides.
So what would keep it in place?
Rollers outside of wheel.
Rollers outside of wheel would definitely keep it running true. So basically just placing them on a couple of gears.
Doro says, what would row 0 do? Good question.
I'm scared of the sound. I'm very scared of the sound, but the idea is pretty cool. So let's say we have a 900 wide outside surface here. And the cool thing is that we need to have, look, this is pretty amazing because we need 1 to 8 gear reduction. So let's then use this D1. The diameter of this is D1 divided by 8. There you go, people. That's how you make parametric. I should not maybe...
Ropa inte hej igen du.
No. Although this goes pretty slow, but yeah, I am worried about the sound here because we have this big structure. I think though HTPE is kind of dead, but still imagine.
Well, we seem to have a lot of different ideas for the programming wheel in chat. If you could, please upload your sketch or idea to the Dropbox link and we can check it out. Perhaps it will be easier for us to understand than me trying to explain something I don't understand. Even like somebody talked about a KitchenAid solution, please upload that as well then. We can have a look at it. I didn't find it online. Google failed me.
So the thing, this is cool, but the thing that I don't like it is that we are stealing programming space, which we might have anyway. But what would keep it down? You would lock like a pressure thing here from the inside. It would be super floating though. So if let me make a new, let's go to the sketchpad real quick. So with this roller idea, we would need to use surface of this drum for gears again, like this. So we are, we steal this length from having programming tracks on them. It's cool. If it wasn't for the sound, I would maybe go for this.
Ben Ballantyne. Railroad wheels are slanted in order to keep the train centered. You could do something similar on the outside to keep it true.
Oh, so it's kind of a little of an angle like this. I think they mean like this, and it's like centering. Pretty awesome that you could just like it's another wheel here as well. Pretty awesome that you could just like lay the thing in. You have to drive these shafts somehow. So that would be a more complicated gear train.
Other way around, I think people are saying now.
Other way around? I don't get it. So I forget all the times that people don't hear my whole thought. So when I try to explain something, so that's a good, like, the more we can practice our communication skills. So if you say the other way around, we need to there's like a lot of information missing in that sentence. Probably the slant is the other way around. So this is one thing. Let's go back to CAD. But the roller thing, Hannes, can we go back to CAD?
Well,
fantastic.
Ask and you shall receive, my friend.
Using rollers would use a perfect outside. It would totally reduce the it would remove the problem of having an irregular inner diameter. But I'm scared for the sound. We have designed this belt train as silent as we can, with these silent belts, and yeah, having the drums being the gear like that. Tricky business. So let's CAD another idea. Let's just CAD the absolutely most basic thing. Spokes and a hub. So let's do 1 meter, which is still actually using up some programming surface. So it's not...
Yoshik Vitumane. Axle and spokes is the most proven design for rotating objects. It's been used for over 3,000 years.
Something in that statement resonates with me. Let's try to stay on the tried and tested when we can. So again, I get to show off my spoke skills here. See if I can, if I don't talk, see how fast I can make this parametric spoke design. Boom, boom, 36. I'm gonna race with this one. Concentric, parallel, 100, 50, 30, 100, 400, 30. So I love the idea. So since I'm unaware of the inner diameter, this is like a way to completely remove all inaccuracies. But leaving these spokes in, if we made the lower drum smaller, we could come on. Oh, I chose the wrong thing. Can I change in the middle here? No. So if we leave this the loop drum smaller, the big drum can be stacked inside the loop drum during transportation. But this is going to be such a monster anyway, so I don't know if that it's actually doing any difference. What do you think, 3000?
Absolutely. I'm checking through some. We have some new suggestions up on Dropbox here. If we could take a look at it pretty soon. See if there's something there.
Would love to. I would love to. So here's my point. If we're gonna index this towards another gear, I can put like attachment holes here, and these attachment holes, they are not like crucial. They will not decide if this is running true or not. They will just keep. They will just connect the gear, so the rotation of the gear will be transferred to the programming drum. I'm just gonna extrude this, and then I'm going to be right with you. And if we wanted to, we can actually even take back our old friend. Did I join that? Our old friend, the plywood.
Something about the look of this makes me happy.
Yeah, you feel at home.
Feel all warm inside.
You feel you want to escape Alcatraz by timing your way out of this?
Yes.
This is not what I wanted to do. I've never really understood when Fusion allows what. So I want to paint this body. Oh, thank you. There is something about this, right?
Beauty.
And knowing that this bearing in here would be like perfect. Dunk. Dunk. What? Oh, I can only join it with another component. My bad. And I should anyway have extruded this in its own component. So let me make 0802 spokes. Spokes. Is it called spokes and hub?
Spokes and hub?
Or do you get... Is the hub... Maybe the hub is like... You get it automatically. I'm soon with the suggestions.
Yeah. Take your time. You're
Yes.
creating magnificent art over there.
It's funny how this makes you happy.
It makes me really happy. It's something I know. Something I love. Nostalgia, you know. Member berries.
Member berries. It's the marble machine version of a member berry. We do need them now, don't we?
Oh, the animation. That makes me happy. Yeah.
So here we have tried and tested. I would machine like on the CNC machine. We would just screw this from the outside, and then we would use these centers. Yeah, it's gonna be heavy though. It's gonna be less heavy if we don't have the hubs. Okay, show me the suggestions.
Let's see what we have up here.
Yep.
First, we have a form of with some special rollers, right?
Yeah. Pinch rollers. Radical. I like that. It's a good sketch. Here's with spokes, cutouts. not trusted. Removable hub. Yeah, so the hub, if this is something I think about as well. If the hub is removable, then we can store them. Not trusted. Trusted. Cutouts connect to hub with matching pegs. Yes, we can do that on the rotary machine. Removable hub, but flying, but flange keyed rematch cancel. It's almost as hard as my own writing. I love it. I love it. Also, there's a sketch. The outside is trusted and the inside is not trusted. Oh, because we have the cutout. You're right. This is a good point. This is a brilliant point. So let's say that we get to machine this on we have to machine it on CNC machine anyway. And if we can cut these slots from below, we know that the slots are trusted. And then we don't. This is a brilliant idea. I want to show. Can you have it in the corner while I make an example in CAD here? So let's say that during machining.
A quick little anecdotal fact here from Joshua Heimel. HDPE is what the tubes on the Blue Man Group's instruments. They are very good acoustically, so you may want to dampen it somehow. Interesting, they use that material.
There's some overlap between Blue Man Group and Wintergatan, so that we would meet through HDPE makes total sense. So here's my idea. Let me edit this joint. Is this also?
Justin Booth, that's just referring to which side is surface cut on the rotary machine. Sorry for my terrible handwriting.
I loved it. I feel like I'm among friends. So here's my idea. Because I would love the removable hubs actually. This, I don't know how to do it mechanically though. How to get it on and off the machine. This is a temporary hub that we're using in the machining process. So it's only cut to work when we're using the rotary machine to cut the thing. And then there's this undercutter tool. Can you find undercutter? So even though the CNC machine comes from this, we can ask the CNC machine to go over the edge. I can actually sketch an undercutter tool to explain this. So let's put a sketch here. So the undercutter end mill will come down like this. Yeah, there we go. Undercutting rebating tools. That's it.
Nice.
So let's say that the tool looks like this. Because when you make for example, they're very used for T-slots. You're using this kind of thing. You want to make a T-slot in a disc. So the CNC machine comes from the side like this and goes in and cuts. Funny thing is that I can actually do the cut with a revolve here. So we're actually sketching a CNC tool here. Why I love revolves. So if I'm putting the let's give this a depth. 18. I only need half since we're gonna revolve. So here comes the CNC machine. And it comes in from the underside like this. And now it's cutting.
Excellent job on the sound effects today.
There you go. It's a little bit too big. I'm happy today, Hannes.
Yeah.
You get extra sound effects. I think that has something to do with it. I'm daunted by all the crossroad design decisions, but that's another. And here's the kicker. This surface, exactly like, what was the name of the previous
Justin
submission?
Booth.
Exactly like Justin Booth points out, we can trust that this surface is perfectly concentric to this middle. This surface that I make blue is not part of our equation. We do not trust it. We don't need to trust it. And if we make a circular pattern, on this cut feature, on this revolve, that was rectangular pattern, sorry for that. I have it here, I forgot that I put it there. I made my shortcuts longer so it would look cool on stream, and then I don't use them. Brilliant. So now we can do this cut operation like how many times we want it. Say we want 12 indexing pegs. And there we go.
Damn.
It's not too shabby, actually. And this will be the thing that takes the absolute least space on the programming surface.
Great. Do we need to write this down somewhere?
No, we have it in CAD.
We have it in CAD.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I'm just going to constrain this because it's, I promised myself to start constraining my stuff.
But never constrain yourself, Martin.
Oh, Hannes. Fountain of wisdom.
Yes.
Eternal support. Let's do this. Zut. So I wonder how we would put the temporary. Oh, sorry. How we would put the temporary. Now everything is black. How we would put the temporary spokes. So if they would just be press fitted in here, that's kind of dubious. Or if we have some kind of, yeah. I'm not sure how to rig this up on the, maybe just like, maybe we put like screws here so we can clamp a little bit on the side. Yeah, that would work. We just clamp lightly and then we can use the same two spokes for all the, I need to discuss this with Alex, CNC and Rudy. So I think I should just, I wonder if I should add that. No, let's not add that. Now I want the same thing happening on the other side. So let's make a mid plane. So these planes up here, we can remove the sketch. We have more to look at maybe.
Yep.
So this mid plane is going to be created between these two surfaces. Boom. And then I can just mirror the feature. And I'm choosing my circular. Oh, maybe I have to choose these two features. And if I'm mirroring over my mirror plane, look, we have the same cutouts on the other side.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Nice, huh?
Yahoo!
Because this is pretty cool. Imagine when you're on tour and the only thing you have to change is just this big plastic tube. It's pretty elegant. And we save material, and the hubs can stay. But I'm not sure how the hubs would work. Where is my sketch? So it would be just like this. It's cool. And then we would always need to need to have a little mark, so we put the same hole into the same registrator all the time. Okay, let's check the other suggestions.
Brilliant, this one. Thank you so much.
Yes. Cylinder with spring-loaded pins as the paper rolls over the cylinder. If there's a hole, the pin pokes through and acts exactly as the old programming wheel.
Oh.
Ooh. This is a good idea.
Spring-loaded pins.
Oh, then they will always... So this goes back to the paper idea.
Yeah.
And we talked, idea by Peter, we talked about how to read that paper. So they would always be sliding on the paper. So you would have 50 spring-loaded pins sliding on the paper.
50,000.
No. Only 50. So I would put this spring-loaded thing on the top there. I wouldn't put it inside the paper. I would put it on the outside, but brilliant idea, actually. Oh, here's more paper scrolls. Scroll loop, no need for feeding mechanism, no control speed. Adjustable size. Yeah, so... Oh, Tyvek. Tyvek is cool. Flat spun, non-woven polyethylene. Tyvek is a material I know Barnaby Dixon used for the puppets in the Pullman Theater play that he recently created the puppets for. I think the skins of those origami, it was Tyvek. Good spotted. I'm just going to note Tyvek. Live programming from computer keyword. Cut on a vinyl printer. Oh, you can program it from a keyword. Tyvek, good paper material. Yeah, so I went crazy for this paper ID this morning, and then people wanted the muting mechanisms, and I kind of see that too. So I'm torn. I'm torn on this crossroad. Dedicated protrusion, the two sides of the programming wheel sheet metal contact. Tension lever on each side to pull sheet metal programming wheel together using bars. Yeah, so we're not using the sheet metal pins anymore. But was a good solution if we would have. Also, this is with the registrator.
Yeah.
Tension is kept. Should we leave that to... Can you move that to the registrator?
Yep.
I'm gonna look at it later in context. Get a hacker in opens up to secure metal inserts. I'm not fully seeing the idea.
Wow, just a couple of screws. Modular XYZ siloed.
I don't know what this is for. Instead of points, apply the note instantly. Use angle slots that push the pin to the side. Thus charging it. Note is played when the hole stops. It's good idea. So we have more time for the registration. We can insert something longer there. Note is played when the...
Okay, so this is an idea of having a couple of machines connected.
Wow. Wow, that's so much craft work. I love this sketch from Ralph. It's super cool. So it's like... Wait, can I see that again? So how is it auto sync? Oh, it looks like three musicians. It's so cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
It is so cool, the little orchestra. Cello/bass. I love, Ralph, that you're still not giving up on the cello. Okay, let's have a look at the next one. Removable programming drum. Oh yeah, this is the car engine thing. Stub not used for anything else. Critical for mounting as well as touring. Both opposite side to elevator. Okay, so the steel rod goes in and read the thing. Okay, this is cool. It's a little bit more parts to remove. Keyed shaft driven by the motor. Just a bearing that rolls, held in place by this clip for quick removal. Like a Romba vacuum cleaning blade where one side is keyed. Yeah, so it's you can see the shape of the keys there. They're hexagon and square into one side, and the other side of the blade is clamped in. To remove the programming wheel could be to open a clamp and then pull the wheel out at a 45-degree angle. Okay, cool. I don't want to drive the wheel from the shaft. I want to drive it from a large pulley.
There's just an image of a KitchenAid.
Brilliant.
She's great. We have 2 new suggestions that
Fantastic.
just plopped up, so just see them really quickly.
I was thinking you could split a wheel with the gear and have supports like rollers on the side or something. Right there. This empty drums while staying true. Of course, yeah, every idea needs to, so that, okay, yeah, I don't want to split, I don't want to have two, I want to have one big thing. Because I think we can get away with that. Structure to sustain the drum mounting from the side. Yeah, that's it's also a nice sketch. So this for me is then more like to have like hubs and shaft in the middle or axle. Machine these surfaces on the CNC machine to create surfaces you can trust. Hubs will be centered on these surfaces. Outside machining is much easier than inside machining. Yeah, we're definitely gonna cut the sides on the drum on the machine, so you're absolutely spot on there. Oh yeah, you have a little groove like that, and it sits just... Oh yeah, we can also clamp it from the inside. Outside, I mean. We just have to have the indexing holes. Self-centering front gearing, removable hub. Yeah, all these ideas are... This is also a nice design. All these ideas are very similar. Yeah, do you have another one?
No, that was it for now.
Thank you everyone for great suggestions. If we make the pulley really large, we can also have it like, we can have the drum just sitting inside the pulley. So let me make a pulley like that, inspired by the second to last image there, 0803. And here, my friends, we're really going to see the virtue of using revolve instead of circles. So I'm going to choose this sketch plane here. I'm going to project this line and check this magic right here. So I want a cylinder that goes round the edge. So I only have to do this and this and this and this and this. So this is the only profile I need to make. And already from here, you can revolve around this red axle and you have your profile.
Mandracule is wondering here, do you have to take the belt off every time you change the programming wheel?
I think we definitely should make a design where we do not need to do that. We don't want to retighten this belt. And so these gears will sit there and they will be hopefully not touched.
We got one last little suggestion, and we can't see it. No, it's transparent. Let's see if I can fix that some way.
So on one side, on this side, I think this thing should index the programming drum. So the thing that I just CAD'd in this design here, like this inside, could be in that gear. You can just push the drum in there. Push the drum in there, click it in place to the left. And then what do you do on the right?
I know you talked that you don't want to split it, but this was kind of a nice little sketch. Just wanted to show it.
Not into 2 pieces, but 3. Remove thickness from inside of both edges on center drum. For alignment pin. But still we need to access. So I don't want to drive the drum from the shaft. I want to drive the drum from the outside, which means that we still split center drum into multiple sections. Yeah, I think I would so much prefer to only have one big thing. Because still then I would be worried that one thing is off timing wise, I think. So if we make this hub, this gear red, and I show you the programming wheel here, on isolate all, here you can see how the drum is like sliding into this thing. Just sliding straight in there, and it will be registered with this detents.
Nice.
So it can only wait. Why is it not concentric? Oh,
you moved it before you saved.
Thank you, Hannes 3000. Eagle eye.
Because it preys on noise.
I am.
Is that an eagle?
Oh, sorry. Sorry for that distortion. That was a picture perfect eagle. So the only thing with this, we put it in, we slide it into this one, but how would we then fasten it on the other side? You would have to like move. Oh, maybe you could do that with something.
Mr. Gonsonator, exactly like a Dyson vacuum cleaner drum, removes from the side with a locking cap.
Yeah. So how is the locking cap screwed on? Is it like with a thread or something?
Or tack it. Here we go.
So let's CAD the locking cap the way I'm thinking about it right now. 08, 04. So let's do the same thing here. So I'm going to CAD, because we need to be able to move this locking cap to the side. This is not so bad, Hannes. because this means that we have empty drums on the tour. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. I can sit in those drums. I can go on tour with you. You can smuggle me anywhere.
It will be like the escape from the elvish castle in the barrels
Yeah.
in those lovely movies.
Shh. Jeroen Blomshire, use a bayonet lock to snap the drum into position.
Ooh, can we Google that?
Bayonet lock.
So if I revolve this, I think everything revolve around this. 2 out of 10? Not even?
100 out of 1,000. Is there something like this then?
Let's make this one green. So here's the idea. Let me do it like this.
Yeah, bayonet lock in the opposite direction of the play. Mm-hmm.
So here's the idea. When we play the song. Oh, sorry. I'm going to see if I can do this. When we play the song, here's the drum. Bayonet lock.
Here's more something like it, right?
Oh, it's like this kind of cable lock. Ah, that's it. Yep. Okay. Okay. So here's the idea. The red thing is not moving. We're playing a song. The song is over. We open something here. Like a big M20, like a big bolt. So we open that and it goes to the right, which gives us the ability to slide this green thing out a little bit. This looks a little hard to do though. And then we can slide the whole drum out so it clears this red thing. And we take it out. Boom. We go and get our second set of drums. And we revert the operation. We put it in.
I mean, this looks kind of badass though, this image here.
Quick acting bayonet lock closure with manual safety interlock. It looks even a little overkill.
What?
We slide the drum into the left. And we tighten the M20 bolt on this side. And we play the next song. And we have not used the ID, the inner diameter that we do not trust. We've only used the machine surfaces, which are perfectly concentric. Could be something, right? What do you think?
100%. Socket bayonet, okay. They're not giving up on the bayonet here.
Okay. And with this idea, I think I have to make the loop drum smaller. So I have the HDPE standard sizes, and I know it exists in 800. So then we could actually save some space and make this the lower loop drum 80 and the big programming wheel 90. That means we need to buy 2 different kinds of pipe, but also when we buy them, they can transport them in each other to us. Because I think I've seen a lot of pictures on pipes like that. They're always in each other.
Okay, chat is worried about, we have from Björn Valentinus, thermal expansion, Hannes, big effect at these dimensions. Expansion is problem indeed. Thermal expansion.
Okay, when you're coming with fancy claims, you have to support them with fancy data. So, like, we're not gonna play inside a volcano, and we're not gonna play like on the surface of Mars, not yet. So, how much? Like in most arenas have room temperature because there's humans in there. I'm sounding so snark right now. Yeah. So please support this thermal expansion claim with some data. I'm happy that you're pointing out. I'm a little bit making a joke here. I can't believe the difference between 16 and 25 Celsius will result in like a plastic like that expanding, contracting that much. But of course, if the tolerances are too tight and it's retracting, because it's a very large piece, and that's where maybe I have a blind spot. Maybe you're right. The tolerances just can't be too tight. So Hannes is managing a delivery right now. So I just wanted to note in my design requirements, prog drum 900 millimeter. Loop drum 800 millimeter, perhaps. So we should and I should take all things like that very, very seriously, of course. So I was a little bit joking, but I also think that it should not move. It feels like it shouldn't move that much. It's this kind of material that they put out to be in the ground to hold water for both winter and for summer. And if it was that sensitive to temperature differences, when it really go from -20 to like +20, there's never +20 in the earth, maybe. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go to our most important sketch, the base sketch here. And I'm going to reduce the diameter of this loop drum. So it's not going to be that anymore. It's going to be something like 770. $760. And all of a sudden, by making this loop drum smaller, we are freeing up space for the Vibrophone resonator pipes to go between these two wheels and for all the mechanics to play these drums. We can lower this even more. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, and we can store them in each other during transport, which is awesome. So Hannes 3000 will be back. Don't leave the stream just yet. He will return. Do not worry. I know that Hannes is receiving something he has been longing for a long time in this delivery. Let's see if he will tell us all what it is. Yeah, you got your package. So let's see what to do next. So what we're discussing in this stream is how to make the programming wheel removable. Fusion is thinking. And this is currently... Whoa. Wowzers. Nice one.
Oh, heavy.
Is it more heavy than the bench pressing I saw you do this day? Okay, in chat, guess how many repetitions Hannes did on 90 kilos today after maxing like a whole pass, like after like 18 sets of bench press. Okay. So this is one way of doing it. This would require a hub with like... Oh, we could have just a handle. A threaded handle. Like with big threads. So you would just... I'm gonna CAD it.
Inuyasha nailed the guess. The first guess that came in 20. Congrats.
Gretzky in the chat.
Whew.
20 reps on 90 kilo after a whole pass of working out. Pretty amazing, my friend.
I love that a lot of people says 3,000.
Well, the way I'm seeing you train, I think you're on your way there. Why? What happened? Why is my thing gone? I just deleted the revolve. Okay. So what if we put... I'm just thinking about how to open and close this lock. And I know there's a lot of these machinist wheels. So we can have a wheel and a thread. So let me make a new component. And let me make an offset plane here. And let me just make a quick and dirty sketch. Because that's the thing that I don't really know now how to do. So maybe like this. There's some kind of threads in this. So what is chat saying?
They're still going on with the expansion.
Oh yeah, is it inflammatory?
Note thermal expansion. COE is usually a problem when interacting parts have different COE. Different thermal expansion. I don't know. Satish Kumar. So assuming 800 millimeter dia, which is just over 2,500 millimeter circumference, it is roughly 0.125 millimeter per degree change for PVC and about 0.3 millimeter degree change for HDPE. So HDPE changes more than
Wait,
PVC.
that's actually sounded pretty much. Can you read that very, very slowly?
Let's see here. So, assuming 800 millimeter dia, which is just over 2,500 millimeter circumference, it's roughly 0.125 millimeter degree change for PVC and 0.3 millimeter degree change for HDPE.
Wait. 0.3 millimeter per degree change in diameter.
Yeah.
So if we were in 18 degrees, yeah, that's a whole millimeter. So I was wrong to be snarky. That should be taken into consideration, definitely.
John H. 30 degree swing in temperature is 0.61 millimeter difference in size.
Yeah, so but 30 degree swing we will never have. So, but maybe 3.
Per degree change for the 800 millimeter dia. Yeah. Satish confirmed.
Okay. So,
Taylor Ogburn Music. Still think the bicycle axle quick release is the best way.
what's that?
That's another solution for snapping of the drum, I think. Right, chat?
So here's my idea. If this is on some kind of
Oh, it's
thread,
a safe now.
exactly. It's a cool safe. In here we store all our beautiful music. But we're gonna actually share it with the world.
Ah, true. True.
So I just thought like to have something this on a thread that you can spin with your hand that is always there, that just remains there, so it's no tool, anything. You just turn it clockwise to open up the green thing. Let me join it to the green thing.
Björn Valentinus, Jokkmokk Winter Festival performance cancelled.
So let's join it to the green thing. Okay, now I can't drag things around anymore because of that, apparently.
Marcel Pinesip, we need Pirates of the Caribbean theme for that steering wheel.
Okay, so this is one idea. No spokes in the drums. I'm very confident that this would work. We cut all this on the rotary machine. Yeah, this would work. This would definitely work. But can we cut? Can we cut this thing, these ledges on the machine actually? Probably. Let's put this into the real machine, and let's make the smaller loop wheel and put that in. And then I feel that we actually done some cool thinking anyway. I'm gonna join you. So this is still the same part later. I'm gonna flip you. Flip, okay. And now these things are not following. So let's go into our programming wheel and make all this a rigid group. Let me first. What is this joint? Let me first put them together. How annoying. What is this? Oh, it's there. Create component. Thank you. I still can't get over the paper, Hannes. Stuff nightmares are made of. But you are on team muting, aren't you? Quite firmly on team muting, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, or you will provide a cool mixture of the both, perhaps.
Oh, with the loop thing plus the paper.
Where we can have some integration between you and the machine. Then I'm all for it. We want to keep a little of that magic dust sprinkled over the performances, right?
Yeah. So I'm putting all this together in a rigid group. And now when we go over to this, you will see when I update this that they will jump to the joint I created in this design. I jump up there. Thank you. So look at the sailor here. I'm sailing.
Yar!
Yar. I'm just steering my ship towards beautiful shores. Let's get this thing out of here. Drivetrain assembly. I'm gonna head over there and get that thing out of there.
Yeah, I can't find the whole bike brake solution. The tailor said he posted in Discord, but I can't find it. I'm sorry, Taylor.
So please send it to Dropbox in the... what category do we have for this? Programming wheel.
Programming wheel.
I think is the good one. So sometimes out of date. Sometimes Fusion doesn't want me to save. I don't know what this is. Newer version available. What do you mean newer version available?
Shut up, you.
Oh wait, maybe I have to fix this first. That was how easy that was. So, and okay, that was it. Now I can save. We can get here and we can get rid of this temporary loop wheel. It is cool. The captain wheel. I like it.
It can be a loot drum instead for all the pirates.
What is that? Is that where you save all the treasures?
Your loot.
Okay.
All these treasures you steal.
0901 loop drum. Oh, you want me to call it loot drum?
No,
No.
keep it real.
Let's keep
Don't mind my funny business over here.
No.
Derailing.
Your funny business is the reason everyone is here, so I'm real possessive around Hannes, you know, if you like him too much, I'm gonna turn against everyone. I feel threatened.
Justin Booth, gotta head out, everyone. See you Monday. And thank you, Justin, for that lovely suggestion you sent in earlier today.
Yeah. Fix my hair.
There we go.
There we go. Have a nice weekend, Justin. Okay. So this is the looped drum. 800 millimeters wide. $760. And I think this is going to be a little bit thinner, so let's just make it 800. Perhaps. And let's import this. See how it feels. So I made this smaller, Hannes, when you were dealing with the package. So we have
You made it smaller.
Yeah. Oh, I put it wrong. Did I put it? Yeah, I made it smaller.
Ooh. Spice. Yes, it looks ready for a burnout.
So this can actually be transported inside this, our extra pair, and these as well. So we talked earlier about maybe making this smaller for transportation, the machine. With this system, it wouldn't be smaller because these gears would still be on the machine. I don't want to take the gear train off for transportation. Okay, so do we have any other... If we go back to the alternatives here, this is kind of the alternative B, yeah. Yeah, I love the idea to not have spokes in the drums, to just use the same hubs. And then we can do the same on the lower drum. So let's go look at that. We can make the same thing. 0902 lock cap, they called it, I think. So there's gonna be two boat ship things. There's so many like huge decisions hanging in the air. It's
daunting yet fun.
Yeah, that is like the right now is quite crazy how still we have so much big design decisions that we have not made yet. So let me add a captain's steering wheel on this one as well. Here we go. I don't like that this takes extra space. Maybe we can just retract. Okay, wait. We had cams. Okay, I have another idea. I don't like this sideways thing. But let's finish it so we have it represented. I have a new idea. 3000.
Ooh.
Friday
Fun day.
This looks more like the coronavirus. So rigid group, include everything. Boom. There we go. Let's update it in the main sketch. Let's see. Of course, it's on the wrong side.
Flip it, reverse it, reattach. Boom.
I can edit a joint. I'm gonna flip the joint and do this, I guess. Okay. Yes. Look at that. Two safe. Now it really looks like a safe. So you know these ball lock things? There's this spring tensioned ball lock things, like from the side. I'm thinking if we can just use something like that.
And also we have some new suggestions from Dropbox. One from Gonzonator here also.
Oh, nice.
So let's just put some up here and let's take a look at them really quickly. Here's from Gonzonator.
Removable cap locks to frame. Drum indexed to fixed end. Fixed end with drive belt. And this is very similar to what we're doing. But there's a shaft through the middle.
What's the use for that more than guiding? Is it to keep the drum also more snug and secure so it doesn't...
Yeah, I don't think the shaft is hitting. Maybe the shaft was just put in by habit.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit, if we move it over to the side, one, that's a little bit of a worry here is that we have to like get these two points to sit perpendicular without like connecting them with a shaft. But that's probably no issue in a way. Okay, did you have another one?
We have a couple. Just let's go through them and see.
Yep.
Here we have toggleable programming pins.
Proposal. What if the mechanism to toggle was minimal? Submitted by John Alveus. Direction of force against actuators. This is one of the coolest ideas I've seen for this by John. A fellow John here. All pins can be reset by sweeping. So they're just sitting on a pressure fit. It's actually absolutely this comes closest so far. I'm impressed by this one. Back and forward action by the lever, lower, higher. So this is
A lock and unlock.
lock and unlock of the programming wheel. So this is hard, a little bit hard to know where on the machine we are. Maybe I
This
didn't
is
see.
lock and unlock number 1.
Mm-hmm. Are we? Maybe we are on the beaters now. Are we on the drum beaters?
Spring force like cam or clutch. Disc on disc.
I'm super curious what you mean. Could you provide the context? Because here's the temperature expansion. Oh, HGP is up there. It was a beautiful graph. PE is highest, yeah. Spring tension holds drum in place. Pull knob to release. Maybe rotate to lock. Yeah, so this is really nice. This is a little bit what I've been thinking of. I want sideways space to be really, really economical on this machine. Maybe just spring-loaded ball. You know what would be awesome? Spring-loaded ball detent.
We got from Lutvin Barahona Acosta. It's about the revolver mechanisms, the ones we saw earlier there.
The revolver mechanism. Which one is the revolver mechanism? Do you mean the charging of the drumstick?
Yeah, perhaps.
Sorry, sometimes I'm slow because I'm everywhere in my mind, so that's why I'm asking. Thing height for unlock, higher for lock in place. This must be the drum beaters.
Drum beaters.
Yeah, I think it's the drum beaters.
And here is flywheel.
Shaft with screw. Both sides had pins to secure the drum. Yeah, that's very similar to the idea I just have. Locking pin. Oh, this is similar to the... Oh yeah, locking pin like that. You just lock it in place like that. Okay.
That's it for now.
So what if... So the thing that I don't like... Thank you all for brilliant suggestions. It's so fun, and as I said many times, in this process I can actually take in the ideas. When I had the physical machine, this one, I was very limited in what ideas I could actually listen to. So that's really nice. Like building that machine was like a big struggle. Wait, let me try to get those away. Wait, let's go here. Everything goes wrong.
That happens sometimes when it's live. That's the charm of it.
We do this. Now.
And there we are.
Now we're back. I was just going to show like the process of building the first machine. As you can see, it was like I got one punch there, then it missed, and then it was all gone. So yeah.
Oh wow, we have something from Rudy. Just came in.
Rudy is here.
Let's see what's happening over here.
So Rudy is from the makerspace where I want to put the CNC machine. The Grand Garage in Linz, Austria. Must be the same Rudy.
And here we have rollers.
Rollers are back. So sideways rollers, very, very nice. So I'm worried about the sound here, Rudy. I think
but you can do awesome tricks in this one. It's like a fail-safe skateboard, right? You can't fall on this one.
And when I'm done running in the marble machine squirrel wheel, I can just start running inside this one. It feels like a new juggle trick. That's an awesome idea, Rudy. We can actually show soon on the sketchpad that earlier in the stream, I don't know if you caught it, Rudy, that we had the idea to also put the gears as the rollers, very much like you suggested. My number one worry is the sound from that idea. Let's go to CAD. So, with this idea, we need sideways. This is going to take sideways space. Everything is going to take sideways space. Let me try on everyone here the spring-loaded ball detented idea.
Jerome Bloomshare, true story. That MMX has a mean right hook.
So if we go back to where we're cutting out these grooves from this undercutter, Can you take a lollipop cutter, Hannes?
Lollipop cutter coming in. Coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
Let's see which of them you want here.
Yeah, there they are. The lollipop cutter. 300 reduced shank, 300 degrees. So I should of course make the circle on this line. Let's do the shank like this. So check now, when we change our revolve feature when we change the profile of our revolve feature, to a lollipop cutter, we have a round detent there. And we have round detents everywhere here.
Yeah, it's changed everywhere.
Yeah.
Parametric, right?
Good one, 3000. So I think I should change. I think I should put the. I should make this point horizontal with that point, and then the middle of the marble will be exactly. No? What happened there? Oh, the revolve feature died. That was what happened there. Because...
Bricks by rocks. You know what they say about rollers. They skate where the path is going.
So, the rollers are cool, but I don't know what problem they are solving. So I'm curious to hear everyone who likes the rollers, including Rudy, because Rudy is a fantastic designer. So if you thought of the rollers, why? What's the reason for the rollers?
Team roller, you're up.
Exactly. Good one. Why is this not working? Okay, finally I got it right. So here's like half a little marble thingy. And my idea here is to just whack it in place by force. And I believe that the marbles, the spring-loaded ball detents would hold it securely. So let's make them. New component. This is very elegant space-wise. Ball detents. And we can have the spring perhaps adjustable. The thing needs to be a little bit thick though.
Unipanther Fan 87 rollers allow to drop in and out easily without belt manipulation. Mr. B Fox 1775, ease of lifting off machine and self-centering. Rich T with roller, you can remove the drum without unscrewing anything.
So everything that was just said is also true for this solution with no rollers.
Chris Georgi, make the entire rim cam lock motion left right and engage slots in the drum.
Cam lock is instead of the captain's wheel. So let's repeat these marbles. let's repeat the body so we don't have 100 million components. Around here. Six, is it 12 times then? 12 times. So here's are all the spring-loaded ball detents. And you would basically just push the wheel in place.
Steven Detwiler, no machine-wide axle needed for rollers.
Also true about this solution.
Dennis Ash, rollers give you the space inside the drum that you can use and also easy to remove.
Yeah, so the hubless design is we should show that the first roller design. If you go to programming wheel old, there is a super beautiful sketch of a hubless design. So this is where I'm absolutely with you. The hubless design means there's no, but also of course I want to drive it with a gear, so that also, so it's only hubless from one side. Yeah, this is a beautiful design. But of course, if the rollers are the gears, then I don't need the spokes at all. I'm scared for the sound.
You're scared for the sound?
Yeah.
The roller sound?
This is my only thing actually with the rollers. I'm scared for the sound. Let's see here. So what do you think of the ball detents?
Amazing.
You can tell me what you think.
I have no real opinion about it right now.
So maybe one thing a little bit against this is that it wouldn't be really clamped super hard, but it would also not rattle. I also think it would sit very still actually. Maybe hard to get it in place. So you would need to to get it off. The other idea is to use some kind of pins.
Here, I'm with Steven Detwiler here. Can you explain the ball detents again?
Oh.
That's how they work. So I can catch up this time as well.
Yeah, so let me just hide the sketches. So these marbles are sitting on a spring in the thing on the machine.
Ah.
So you can just pull this out. There's no adjusting of anything.
Okay.
And you pull it straight out and it snaps in place.
Oh, yeah. Almost like a pest dispenser.
Exactly like a pest dispenser. It's probably a Yoda-shaped one as well.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Let's add the springs. I think they might be a little important for this. So let's add a spring here. Small one. This way. 1 millimeter. 9 revolutions. New component we have from there. I've never seen. That's a new option. So if I create this a little bit earlier, I can include this in the circular edit feature. Bodies. Can I also select you? No, I can't. I'm sorry. So this spring will push these balls, actually marbles. And when you insert it, the marble will go to the left like this. And
once it finds this hole, all the marbles will snap into place and lock the drum into place. And if you feel you have too little interaction, we can just spread the marbles everywhere. What I love with this idea is how soon is is extremely efficient width-wise here. Maybe not here though, because it may be needs thicker gear than other solutions. To have this, we have to have some place for this spring and also adjustability of the spring. So that's maybe where this idea goes wrong. So another idea is manual pins. So same idea, but manual pins. But they will be longer. They will be longer than the balls. So no. Wouldn't it be kind of cool that you can just snap the thing in place?
Yeah.
And then
That's a dream, right? Just that we make sure that it can hold everything here. Is it strong enough with these ball detents, do you think?
I think so.
Yeah.
When tuned correctly. So let me just, if people don't know how a ball detent work, I'm just going to demonstrate it here. So you have a block here, and here's the ball, and there's a channel in here where the ball can move freely, but the opening is small enough so the ball can't go out of the block to the left. And then so the opening goes there. Then you put a spring that is pressing on the ball like this. And very often you have an adjusting screw. So you can adjust how hard it is to press the ball in and get the thing into place. So here will be the adjusting screw. Like this. That's threads, I'm sorry for bad. So when the programming wheel wants to come in, like here, the ball will be pressed against the spring in here, and there we get the wheel in, and then the ball will snap out again.
Yeah. Booyakasha. Yeah, I feel like we have learned so much today, Martin.
Before, I want to say one more thing. We can have it spring-loaded from the side with a steel spring. If we do this, we can make this... this is a cool idea. Spring steel, I mean. Okay, so now I start to believe in this idea. This is spring steel, this is a ball, and all of a sudden, this is, I think, the most width-saving thing we can do. This makes it awesome. Applause for myself. I think also we learned something today.
Wow, it's been a great Friday, everybody. It's time for us to check out of here, perhaps. But who knows? Maybe it's a crazy Friday. Maybe we'll return later if we feel like it. Who knows? It's been so fun hanging out with you guys. I'm about to open the packages that just arrived from me. Hannes 3000 will get some real physical upgrades here in the studio. Finally.
Everyone has been awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and thanks for all the help. We can finally do this together since I'm doing a CAD version. And lovely to see Rudy, another Avengineer assembling back with us. Another hero from the Marble Machine X. So thank you all, and see you soon.